Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Behold, Spartacus. Realm, talk to me. Y'all know what time it is. What's going on? David James Oros, what's going on? How my levels sounding? Asa already in the building, what's going on? Salute K. Asante, what's going on, brother? We need therapy. Lord Metroid, I see you. Adams Sands, hope I got that right. Black Card, salute. Mr. Glass, salute. What's going on? Gameplay tell, behold, Spartacus. Let's talk about it. Gameplay though, what's up? Awful Grim Bones, what's up? Razor Sharp, I like that. Razor Sharp, I like that. Pong Soul, what's going on? I gotta get Pong Soul a wrench. Pong to be putting it down. I gotta talk about that. What's going on? RDX Son of Fed with the 279, I believe, Canadian Sony VP court, and he was wearing PS5T. Yeah, we know, we heard about that. Very unfortunate. Six Slayer, what's going on? Kojim, what's going on? Thomas, what's up? Big show today, big show, obviously. We got the legendary Asa, GameOnDaily. You know what I'm saying? Very intelligent brother. Love talking to him. We're gonna pick his brain. And of course, we got them topics. Might not be no Addict today. Actually, definitely not gonna be no Addict today. Addict is really going through it. He was at a couple of our personal meetings. So send some love to the young wolf. Definitely going through a lot of pain right now. A lot of pain. I have my own wisdom tooth about to be taken out, and I know that feeling. So he's getting close. He's gonna have to get that done. But yeah, Isla Drummond, what's up? Black Conflict X, my mans. You know what I'm saying? Iron Lords podcast ain't land on us. No, salute. Gerald Mack, I see you, brother. Always good to see you. Thomas, what's up? So yeah, it's gonna be a good show. It's gonna be a good show. You know, King gonna pull up. He gonna have a lot to say. You already know that's gonna be something. And Solve is gonna be spicy. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one, but we're gonna definitely get into it. Lord Metro Addict got sick by playing Shinobi. Yo, y'all stupid. He gotta run that back. Pong, so man, I gotta change my payment info and get my. Oh yeah, you gotta do that. Hey, that's true. You ain't give your tribute, Pong Soul. That's what happened. Where's your little logo to show that you in the rep? I am Spartacus. Behold, the bringer of rain. It's about to be on in the realm. Y'all already know. Shout out Rockstar Steve. So look, let me get up out of here. Let me get my man Ace up in here. We're gonna have some fun today. Gaming, fun times, good times. Good to see y'all though. Catch y'all in a minute.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me. That's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original. Y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What did you do?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What did you do?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What did you do?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just super
that
nervous.
going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super nervous.
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super nervous.
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Hot mic already spicy, already crazy. Hear ye, and we are live. Welcome to the iLords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net. Episode number 236. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm extremely excited about our special guest, and we've got PlayStation Spartacus, Series S winning Black Friday, and Vince Zampella heading Battlefield to discuss, so we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord whose quiet demeanor and insightful perspective regarding the games industry has uplifted his peers within the realm of game journalism and content aggregation. Introducing the host of the Asa GameOnDaily Twitch and YouTube channels, plus co-founder of the GameOnDaily.com aggregate platform, the Lord of Objectivity and Technalysis, who always finds a way to bring proper balance to the sauce. Live from the UK and finally making his debut into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord Asa from GameOnDaily. How we doing, sir?
Oh, I love that. I'm just a humble nerd, and I'm thrilled to be here. I've been watching ILP from the sidelines. I love what you've built. I love what you do every week with the lordsofgaming.net and with this podcast and with the community that you've got that I count myself part of. So to be here with a front row seat for Spartacus and what's going to go down, I cannot wait.
I appreciate you, Asa, man.
We all know how Spartacus ended up.
Yo! We're not doing that. Anyway, Asa, man, thank you for the kind words. So much respect for what you guys do as well in the GameOnDaily platform. But first, how are you doing? First, what games are you playing, man? What's going on with you, man?
Oh, games. Well, I've got well deep into Demon's Souls this week. I've never really played many of the Souls games. And I figured Elden Ring's coming out fairly soon, and I should get into this so I can properly have opinions on what's going on with it. And Demon's Souls is the oldest and the newest of them at the same time, so I figured that's a good starting point. And I've been deep in there. I'm doing it properly. I'm doing it without any YouTube or any guidance or any of this cheating stuff that the kids do. It's deep and it's hard and it's fun, but I play loads of stuff. I'm all over every platform, VR and all the rest of it.
I just had to jump in there a little bit.
I think, he called the pause on you, Asa.
Listen, Asa is well versed into King. Pause.
Yeah,
so.
Asa know about the smoke. He knows.
Oh,
He knows. Look, man, absolute pleasure. Souls is cool, man. I mean, especially with Elden Ring coming out, that's probably a good thing to try to get yourself.
Well, I mean, they don't have any new games to play, so you might as well go back and play some old stuff. I'm just saying.
You already on.
Dry Christmas it is. A dry Christmas.
You are out of control. Anyway, so normally we'd have the 4 horsemen of gaming, but we are down a horseman. Please send some love to our brother Lord Addict. He's going through it, man. He's got that wisdom tooth surgery coming up, man. He's just trying to make it. So send some love to Addict. He's been hurting this whole week, and he tried to give it a go, but he won't be there this week. But send some love. I'm actually I'm gonna get your intro solved, then because Super Chat's offline in already, but we still got the 3 horsemen of gaming, and of course we have our most technical gaming lords, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Camera Clarity, and Lord Patriot of the Iron Bank, my man, Lord Sovereign with that new fit. How we doing, sir?
I'm officially in the bushes, but I look nice. I look crispier. Finally got my camera going. Finally got that sure mic going. Crispy sound, crispy picture. So finally got it rocking. So glad to do that. Yeah, I'm good. Otherwise, it's gonna be a hectic month. A lot of running around. I'll be traveling at the end of the month for the holidays, and just it feels like everything sort of piles up at the same time. So it's crazy.
No doubt. You want to get a few super chats because some flew in already.
Yeah, I'll get those.
Yeah.
Real quick, I haven't played much of anything, but I did finally. Okay, so Danganronpa Trigger Happy. The original Danganronpa.
Oh, you do a doc? Oh, yo, Maddie from Defiant Duke loves that. He be going hard in the paint for that game.
No, but yeah, and the thing is, Colin's been going hard for that game forever, and I actually downloaded it on the Vita way back when. I just never played it. But yeah, it's
You showed your Vita some love.
yeah, I did back in the day, but you know.
I mean, just recently I just showed my Vita some love. So
Oh, you did? That's a beautiful thing. I'm an idiot and got rid of mine, so I have to go.
No, I got 3 of them. No.
I have to go get it back for triple the price.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna get it.
Yeah. Especially if you're gonna get the 5G. I mean, the what is it, 2G one or 3G, whatever.
Oh, the one that had like LTE kind of a variant.
I had that one. Yeah. That's when it was only available. That's style.
Yeah, you was like lay down and stay down. You got
$600. Yeah, beat my head.
All right, let me read these super chats quickly. Yes. Oh, also real quick. So I'm gonna waste your guys' time a little bit later on. You know how we get. Everybody gets spam, right? Everybody gets so. LOGNET spam is a special kind of spam because it comes into my mailbox, and a lot of times it's just stupid like bot stuff, right?
Right.
Every now and again, it seems like you get an email that wasn't written by a bot per se, but a very stupid human. So I'm gonna read this one out.
Oh, this is special. Let's get this. Special song. Let's get it.
Yes. Yeah. This could be a segment moving forward.
All right. Let's get it. What we doing?
I'll do it later.
Oh, okay.
Let me read these super chats. We got RDX, son of a fet, with the $2.79 super chat. Sony VP got cut. Oh my god. Yes.
Okay, let me just address it now real quickly.
Let's get it out.
Yeah.
Get it out.
Rules of engagement today, guys. We will not, like, if you're gonna super chat, please don't be explicit about what's going on of the allegations that are happening at the moment. It's not that we won't approach such things, but we will approach such things in its finality. Correct. We will not approach anything in its assumptions or whatever. I don't care what you saw. I don't care anything about that stuff. But again, right now it's accusations. So please be respectful with the super chats when it's going into that area. You can have innuendos, but what I would say is please be respectful because you're sharing your money, and we want to read your super chats.
Absolutely,
for sure. Well said. And we're gonna handle it respectfully as well, not because it's a very, very serious topic. So the less jokes around it, the better.
Please.
All right.
Absolutely.
So then we got David Hotright, $5 super chat. Yeah. Let's get it, Lord's Day. We outside. Yes, we outside. We always outside.
Oh, we outside.
We always outside.
For sure. We outside.
Then we have the Dutch Rudder with the $5 super chat. When Molyneux said you can plant a seed and watch it grow, he didn't think about King planting his seeds everywhere.
Wow, that's wild.
Yes, he did.
Fable 2 reference.
Yes, he did.
Fable reference.
If there's something that Molyneux knew was that was going to happen. Somebody's going to do that.
He knew I was going to be.
Then we got Hardgeet Chani, $5 super chat. Xbox proclaims, I'm Spartacus. ILP GamePass, salute to the Lords on this fine Lord's Day. Welcome to the realm, Asa. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Salute.
Then let's put the crest in the chat for Angel, the newest member of the ILP.
Blessings,
bro.
Blessings. Thank you. Put the crest in the chat.
No doubt.
All right. Then we got a couple more that just came in, and then we will move on. Gamer Live Studio, $5 super chat. Jamaican Jim Ryan got some explaining to do about that PlayStation Plus Game Pass. Sony fanboys are getting played yet again, but I love to see it.
Wow. Wow.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And we got Black Conflict X. $5
Salute.
super chat.
Salute.
Fight the power, brother.
That's
Lords,
it.
if you haven't played Chorus, you need to. Yes.
Yes,
Chorus looks
actually.
Yo, where did it
amazing.
drop on?
And
It dropped on
I-
PC?
No, I saw both consoles. Actually, if you go to lordsofgaming.net, we have a fantastic review by Lord Flame of Chorus because it's up. It's been up for a few days, so go check that out, Lordsofgaming.net.
But I don't see it in Game Pass.
Oh, you stop it. It exists just because it's not in Game Pass. It exists, King.
Then it don't exist for me.
Because we thought it was going to
No,
Game Pass, right?
you know
That's
what? And this is the part where King says, "Nice to see you."
Ridiculous.
But you know
See
what
you
I'm
when you
happy
get here.
about?
Yeah.
It seems you know how excited we were when we saw it.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, that excitement doesn't pan out in the end. But this game,
Yeah. Bro,
people
check
seem to be
out my
Yeah,
really-
it might be crazy when it gets to Game Pass.
Check out my boy
Might
Flame,
be lit.
lordsofgaming.net. It is fire. Check it out.
Word, Flame. God bless.
All right, last one before we move on.
yes.
We have Lord Meyerhoof, member for
yeah.
4 months. Thank you, sir. Good day, Lords, on a fine Lord's Day. Thanks for the great content. Also, can't underestimate the little man. Never underestimate the little man.
Get you a little man emoji right now. I feel.
Yeah.
I think it'll be a nice day for little man. Just a guess. So we all good for now?
We all good, yes.
All right.
Yes.
And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox. King of the he always catches me. King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience. It is the leader of the fraud alert movement.
Ooh.
Beloved. Lord King, how we doing, sir?
I'm doing as good as Devin Haney. Devin Haney had a stern test yesterday with Devin Haney is the WBC 135 or 40 pound champion. He had a stern test with Jojo Diaz last night, and it was fantastic. For all those people that are watching fights or following fights today, we have Tank versus Cruz. That's going to be a great fight. That's going to be at 5 p.m. today. So as soon as I get out of here, I'm going straight over there. But it was he finally walked through the fire. He got caught with some really good shots, and he manned up and he showed exactly what he was made of. And I truly appreciate a young boy turning into a man right in front of our eyes. He actually went through that fire, and it was a good test. He did a lot of masterful things. So fantastic stuff. Right now, I'm in Game Pass. So if a game doesn't actually hit Game Pass, guess what? It don't hit King. So you can throw it, but I ain't gonna catch it.
Man.
Yo, it's a game called Anvil, right? And it's in the preview program. This game, all right. So at first, it's a roguelike, right? And at first, I had dismissed it, right? Because I tried it a little bit, and I was like, oh, it looks like a PC type of game. And then I went back in. Something like dug at me.
Yeah.
Went back into it. And they have these breakers. They're called breakers.
Okay.
Right? And the breakers are the avatars that you use inside the game. Each breaker has different move sets that they start off with, right? But you have to gain money to unlock certain breakers.
Yo, hold on. I need to cut you. Yo, Abik Kanar said, preview program, as in beta?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I told you I'm a beta boy. I'm playing Halo, so you can't get me. I'm right
I
back
had to
in,
get
baby.
that one. That was that platinum bar right there. Shout out to my man.
he crossed the fraud threshold. Now he's all back.
Listen, I've been told you.
He crossed over.
If it matters to me, I'm back, B.
Salute to you. I just want to make sure you're doing the Lord's work on that beta. Salute.
So these breakers are incredible, right? And when you start to play the game, you really get entrenched with how the breakers move. Control is key to the game. So it's a stick shooter, and each weapon has a different feel to it. The game, literally each breaker can have at least 10 different feels to it while you start to max them out. The game is extremely hard. But what is different about this roguelike, you can have your friends join in and play in the game with you, and help you beat some of these harder bosses. I got to a level 5 boss, and it was incredibly hard. Ace is shaking his head like he's played this game. But I'm telling you, this game is one game for you to watch. I downloaded a couple of other games that hit Game Pass. I've been playing Halo. Okay. Had a up and down week this week. So if you're looking at my, boy, these dudes, the sweaties getting there, it started to get rough.
That rank, shit.
Yeah. So I'm loving what I'm seeing. I like the fact that they fixed a couple of things when it comes to the progression of the characters and stuff that you can unlock. I love the fact that I have the ninja core out.
Oh, you got it now. Nice.
Right. And it's gone. So you can't get it if you didn't play last week. So I love the exclusive party.
Here we go. Oh, you like the FOMO. You like the FOMO, yeah.
So the dudes be like, oh, yo, is that in the store? I can buy that right now. Nah, dog. You had to participate for this. So I have my participation trophy. I'm running around wearing it with the nasty colors, but I do love it. No Destiny. And I downloaded Fortnite to play with my son. Again, there goes my fraudery. When it matters to me, then it's going to be.
Yeah,
but that's about it. That's the only thing I've been playing.
No doubt. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi LordCognito, spreading that rumors in the realm of the ILP. Not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Defining Duke, the latest episode. Myself, Mr. Matty Plays. Had some good discussion. Talk about that Starfield. Talk about what's going on with the Game Awards. Having that fun talk. Also, if you want that exclusive LSMDD Ultimate, check that out. We talk about the movie industry. Really good discussion about how games and film are kind of marrying, getting all paired up. You know what I mean? Check that out. Also, The Last Word Return, Evantis, my homie, the cheater, of course, Ty Guy Travis. Great show. We have my boy Ill Physics on, talking about the Bungie's 30th anniversary, everything that's going on with that. And getting ready to campfire, starting to heat up next week in Destiny. So check that out. And as far as gaming, again, like King, Halo Infinite, been rocking, you know what I'm saying? Still been rocking when I can. A multiplayer, still trying on Guardians of the Galaxy. It's been so busy for me. It's like every time I try to play the game, I got to do something. I'm like, I'm loving this game, but I keep getting interrupted. And that's a game I like to focus, that is very story. And you got to listen because the banter is so good. So, other than that, just getting ready for a new dungeon and campaign next week. But, other than that, we got to do that time of the month right quick. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what it is. Shout out to LordsOfGaming.net, man. Shout out to everybody, the team. Everybody's been doing their thing. Tremendous competition for this award every month. Crazy writing talent. It's been really cool to see everyone kind of come together. But this month, we got to celebrate a specific Lord, man. A specific Lord who's kind of going above and beyond. He's been really killing it in the month of November. Had nostalgic pieces about the Halo anniversary, kind of getting everybody in their feels, just old school pieces, 360 OG stuff. And then he's been doing a lot of multi-platform stuff, whether it be reviews, editorial pieces, all that stuff, man. So hopefully he could get in here if he can to accept this award. But if not, we will still announce it. But, we got to celebrate for the month of November, the Lord Dizzy Scribe of the Month, the OG Connecticut's own Gene Schaffmeyer. Put your hands together, man. Gene holding it down once again. Yes. Gene, if you could get in here, get your award, get your little speech. Yeah, Gene been doing it, man. Big fan of Gene. He's been holding it, man. Again, the editorials also, I believe, circle, square, cross. It's like a PlayStation editorial that he does every month. State of PlayStation. He's been killing it, man. So we had to give him his roses. Hopefully he can get in. Maybe read the super chats one more time and give him a few minutes. He did say he was going to try to make it. I just want to make sure he can get his roses right quick.
We have Cedric H, $10 super chat. Jamaican Jim is trying to get that 75-foot yacht, but Phil already bought a cruise ship.
Messy.
Then we got the man who got them horns, member for 18 months. Thank you so much, sir. Much love to the Lords and Asa. Hashtag Sauce. Hashtag Crystal D. Hashtag Jamaican Jim Ryan. Hashtag Spartacus.
No doubt.
Then we got Mo B. $5 super chat. It's the Lord's Day, and I'm representing the Lords from down south. Salute. Everybody hit that like button. Beautiful. Thank you, sir.
No doubt.
Then we got Wandering Dutch, member for 9 months. Shout out to the Dutch. Salute, Lords. Need a beard in the realm today. King holding it down. Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
I got rid of mine this morning, and of course, we don't have the.
I was watching you play the other day, Wandering. It was incredible.
Then we have Gameonomics. Oh, Gene is here.
Oh,
Okay,
Gene is here. Gene is here.
Gameonomics, member for 2 months. Shout out to you, sir. Played The Artful Escape after listening to King talk about it on the last episode.
Nice.
One of the best experiences I had playing a game in a long time.
Nice. Salute.
Yeah, thank you.
Then we have Raiden Blade, £2 super chat. Hello, Lords, and we're at work listening. Wish I was home. No doubt, but I'm glad we can keep you company.
Exactly.
Then we have Elemental Pio. Haven't seen this name in a while.
Yeah.
$5 super chat. Someone got to tell Sony to stop eating the sesame cake of Game Pass. Congo reference.
There we go.
And let's see what else we got. We got a couple. No, we got
cake.
You done know.
Enough respect, Iron Lords. Can't wait for Halo. Seen the Destiny DLC. I'm not falling for it. I'm done with Destiny. Let's go, Halo. I can't wait. Let's go, Chief.
I know why you can't deal with it, because it ain't in Game Pass no more.
It's out of Game Pass?
Yeah, it's out of Game Pass. But look, back to business, man. Like I said earlier, it's that time of the month. The scribe of the month, the person who's been putting in the most work, the month of November. Like I said, brother, you've been killing it. Lord Gene, I want to shout you out. The Halo anniversary stuff, the great ideas. I love I always butcher it, circle, cross, square, one of those. I think I got it right. But, the PlayStation editorial, and then just the reviews and a lot of good introspective pieces internationally and what's going on in the industry. So, again, the scribe of the month, the OG, you kind of the front runner. Let's keep it a buck. You kind of that guy. You know what I'm saying? Lord G, put your hands together. Speech.
Well, thanks, guys. I'm glad to be the guy. I love hanging out with you guys. I love having fun.
Salute.
It's great to catch up with you guys once a month, every so often. See what's going on.
No doubt, man. No, we appreciate.
We got to get together pretty soon.
Yeah, we got plans. Yeah, it's on its way. Something that is returning. You know what I'm saying? That we actually met in person, and we're looking forward to it. The Lords are already.
Gene has
planning.
magical powers.
Yes. And I like when we talking to devs, he got the suit jacket because it gives me the Reggie.
It's awesome.
It gives me the Reggie Fils-Aimé feel.
Don't let Gene fool you. He's a speedster.
Yes, he's a beast.
We need that Gene Juju. We need that.
Yes. Finding out those games. But brother, thank you. Make sure you hit solve up so that you get rewarded. There's a lot of new stuff on the store, man. Got to get yourself hooked up, man. No doubt.
All right, guys.
You're all natty.
I don't know if he's getting that. I don't
man. I don't know. Gene looks like he walks on the wild side.
I'm done. Anyway,
and wearing an all natty walking around. I don't know.
I think I walk
get
on
you
the
into some.
Yeah, he definitely will. Yo, G, appreciate you, brother. Have a good Sunday, and always keep up the good work. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother.
No doubt. So
One more before we move on, real quick. We got Gerald Mack, member for 15 months. All hell to ILP. Salute. Please keep that same energy. Spartacus ruins gaming and hurts developers. No rental services. # same energy.
We will get to the
might
topic.
be true.
We will get to the topic when we get to the topic. Yeah, control. Are we all
it
caught?
was supposed to be such a quiet week.
Yeah, remember we talking about there's nothing to talk about.
Okay, last one. We move on to Lord Asa.
Yes.
And Dazoichi, $10 super chat.
Oh,
What's up, Lords? Keep up the good work. Hey, King, did you get pump faked with the tank fight? I thought it was Saturday night, not Sunday.
Oh, no. I knew it was Sunday. Floyd is a wonderful promoter. He let Devin have his day. And a lot of times we have fights on top of fights and you're fighting for viewership. No, let Devin have his day and then you do the next day. Tank is a big enough draw. He can actually draw on a Sunday.
No doubt. So
football, that's crazy.
All right, so we all good?
Yeah, we're caught up.
All right, so look, now we got all the business out the way. We got this amazing guest that's been patient. We got to focus with Lord Asa, man. His video game system history, his journey into content creation and tech analysis, and of course, what led him to co-founding the amazing GameOnDaily aggregate platform. So, Lord Asa, let's start from the very beginning. What were some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
Oh, I'm not a young pup. That might take a little while. Been playing games for a long, long time.
Oh, we like that. We like that. Let's go. Love it.
The very first one that I had, this one, like you can discount this, but I had an Atari ST, and that was my parents, and it was in their bedroom.
Nice.
So I got very little hands-on with that. But the first game that I fell in love with was this
Let's go.
like adventure playground, like swings and slides and things.
Okay.
There's a little hut with a tuck shop and a couple of pool tables, and at the back they had a NES and a Mega Drive, a Sega Genesis. So the first two games that I saw that were like,
Yes.
that's going to be my life now. Sonic.
Yes.
Sonic 2. That's why that's there. And they had on the NES they had Mario and some wrestling game. And this wrestling game, whenever I hear you guys talk about your history playing games, you've got this arcade where you're all putting these quarters down and challenging each other.
Right.
Quarters is like 25 cents, right?
Yes.
Quarter of a dollar.
Yes.
Yeah. So in the UK it's like they were £1, so that's basically $1.50.
Yes.
Oh no!
Wow.
Right. So that scene didn't really exist where I was.
That scene was driving for £1.
No, it really wasn't. But this NES with this wrestling game, that's where you sit and take on all challenges. I played that a bunch.
Okay.
But it was Sonic that had my heart, so I went with Sega Systems from then on. And this is where I'm different to everyone else, though, because you hear a lot of people from that generation. They look at the console wars now, people arguing like Xbox and PlayStation, and they say, I'm above that. But in my day, it was Nintendo against Sega.
Yeah.
It never was for me. Never was for me.
Really?
That's why I'm different to everyone else now. For me, I preferred Sega. I didn't have enough money for everything, so I had the Sega consoles. But I didn't really have like many friends at school or anything like that were that into gaming, so the arguments never happened. What I had was I had a cousin that had a Super Nintendo and a neighbor that had a Super Nintendo, and I would spend as much time as I could playing that with them if I could, and they'd come back and play on the Sega, and there were no arguments, there was no conflict, everybody just loved playing games.
Correct.
Asa, can I ask you a question? Okay, so the kids weren't the only ones that participated in this fanboy console war. Actually, the companies did, and they had commercials. Being that we're in the States and we saw these commercials, you can't do this on Nintendo's Genesis does. We had those type of commercials. Did you have those type of commercials that promoted, console wars over there?
That's a good question.
Nowhere near to the extent that you had it. No,
Really?
some of them would have come over, and I would have missed them a bunch. But we didn't have the whole. There was very little talk of blast processing and Sega does want Nintendo and all that kind of thing. Like it wasn't non-existent. You did catch wind of it, but no, different scene.
Gotcha. Fair enough. Continue your story. You're about to get into it as far as just going over friends' houses and each one have not really. There wasn't really family. Everybody would, if you didn't have it, you went over your friend's house and vice versa to go see it. Like that was that. Right? Continue. You was about to talk about that.
Yeah, so I went from the Sega Mega Drive. I had saved up all of my money for the Mega CD. That was a terrible add-on to the console. It was terrible. But
did you get
I was really
Sherlock
pleased
Holmes?
to have got it. There was an aeroplane game, like Tomcat something or other, and I don't think I had Sherlock Holmes. No, no, I didn't play much of that. But I was saving up for because I'm an idiot, and I was saving up for the mushroom-shaped 32X as well. But before I didn't get it. Before I got it, suddenly there was the Sega Saturn, so I jumped onto that, and it was on the Sega Saturn that I discovered JRPGs. Like a love for JRPGs. I hadn't played storied games particularly. I know they existed on the generations before, but I was more pick up and play. Like, here's my friends, we're going to do some Smash TV or whatever. And then Sega Saturn, I was like, oh, these games, these can tell stories.
So can I have some titles, please, some names?
Shining Force 3, Panzer Dragoon Saga. Those are the standouts.
Oh, you and Sav about to be best. This is.
Have you played Shining the Holy Ark?
I missed it. That's one that's on my backlog still.
Oh my God,
my backlog is long, but I've got this beauty.
Oh, beautiful.
If anyone has an opportunity to ever touch that, it's an amazing game. I love that. That's one of my top ones. But then you hear people talking Final Fantasy VII.
Let's go.
And that's when suddenly,
now he's back home. Let's go. Bring it in. Leave Sav alone. Come home, brother.
Fraud. No.
That was his warm-up. That was his pregame to the main event. Let's go.
Oh, my God.
Oh, I love some Ace Talk. Hey, bro. Bloviate, tell us.
there's not much more to it than that. Like I'm into JRPGs at this point, so I picked PlayStation as well.
Right.
Since that point, I've had every PlayStation, every Sega. The Dreamcast introduced online gaming to me. Like I hadn't really done much PC gaming up to that point. So the Dreamcast, Phantasy Star Online, Quake 3, blew my mind, expanded my horizons.
Yes.
And I went to the only place you can go from there, from playing Quake 3 in 4-player team deathmatch on the Dreamcast.
Oh yeah.
The only place you can go is to Quake 3 on the PC. So that started my PC gaming.
Nice.
And I played a bunch there. The original Xbox came out, loved that. Don't have many memories of it, to be honest. I had it. It had quite a short life. I played Fusion Frenzy and all the rest of it. I had some games on it, but I don't have strong memories of that console.
Everybody mentioned Fusion.
Yeah,
I don't know. You have to.
It's funny because guys, I'm gonna let you go.
No, we missed out on that. Like we were so caught up in Halo and all the other stuff that like Project Gotham.
I hated it.
So you did?
I hated it.
Did you play it with other people?
Yeah,
though?
it's an other people game. That's what it is. You got to play that one.
I'm basically the only child. My sister was 7 years old.
So it's a party game. So yeah, playing it by yourself, I can see how you hate it.
It was disgusting to me.
Yo, Soft, check your DMs. Twitter. Check your Twitter DMs.
You're right though. Like,
got
obviously the game that I actually got the Xbox for was Halo, and I played a hell of a lot of Halo, and absolutely adore Halo, as I'm sure everybody does. Right. So I played a hell of a lot of that. I mentioned Fusion Frenzy. I went through a phase with it was with the PlayStation and the Saturn, where I was still doing this thing where I have a console, my friends have a console, and we'd like get together, and I'd take my Saturn with 7 controllers and we'd have a bit of drink, and we'd play some games, and we'd get the PlayStation out with that as well. Fusion Frenzy just kind of carried that on a little bit. That's why I mentioned that one.
Nice.
And the 360 came out, and the 360, the first 2 or 3 years of the 360 were banging times, fantastic times, Mass Effect, Bioshock, Oblivion, Gears of War.
Time out.
King hand.
Yes. We just rushed past the PlayStation glory days.
Yeah, he rushed past. And I wanted to ask about some niche systems too, because PlayStation, obviously PlayStation number one is not niche, but a big thing that you messed up.
Graphics and stuff like that wasn't there.
That's what I was going to ask him, like because I'm assuming all of this Asa is UK. I'm assuming. Am I correct? Okay.
Yeah, all UK.
Okay, so my question to you is, for us, again, thanks to King, the import scene in New York City, a lot of times we take this for granted, but I wanted to know, like, was the TurboGrafx, was the 3DO, was, that stuff readily available, or, around at that time? Or was it something that you knew about and it was just like, hey, I'm not really into that, I'm going to stay away from it. It was just way too niche.
The 3DO and the Atari Jaguar were available, and I didn't have them. Okay. They got no traction, didn't do anything over here. But you could find them and get them. I went to EGX a month ago. It was a bit of a dead show, but they had their retro section, and there were a whole load of systems there that I've never seen in my life. It's like, what is that? PlayStation 2, those glory days that you're talking about. I largely did gloss over the PlayStation 2. I owned it.
Really? Interesting.
How that happens, I don't know, but it did. I might still own it. It's probably kicking around somewhere.
It's kicking around.
So like Metal Gear Solid. Yeah.
See, the thing is, I think for us, for us, I think obviously the
there you go.
Exclusive.
Wait, hold on. Keep that up. Let me pin that. Let me pin that.
You got it tuned up in the back? Do you got it tuned up in the back?
That's classic. That is classic, brother.
My man right there. That's my man.
That's respect.
I'll forgive the Final Fantasy talk.
Wait a second. Don't tell me you still have a CRT. You still have a CRT
I don't still have a CRT. No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, so you're going to tune it up in the back so it can play through HDMI, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, through a SCART adapter here.
Yeah, cool.
Oh yeah, you have S-Card. You have a bunch of ways you can play it now. But I think for me, and I don't know if you guys felt the same way, when the Xbox came out, right? It became my de facto third-party console. So I was playing on that most of the time. I was playing the Xbox first-party stuff, third-party stuff that finally started coming to Xbox. I was playing there because it was the best version of it. And like, if it wasn't at that moment, that's when my PlayStation became the exclusive box. It was that PS2 generation. So I would say from the moment Xbox started getting those, like when they got GTA and stuff like that, that's when the transition happened. And I don't have a lot of those memories of being on PlayStation apart from those exclusives like MGS2 and like Devil May Cry and like stuff like that. Like beyond that, I didn't stay on that console like that.
I rocked the hell out of my PlayStation.
Yeah, I want to hear Ace's thought process on that PlayStation generation. And again, and also don't forget, I didn't get your turbo graphics in, so I need that too as well.
Oh,
continue.
No turbo graphics. Never heard of it. Never saw one.
Wow.
Yeah. See, well, okay. So where he's at, they would have a PC engine.
Right.
They would not have a turbo graphics, and if he's not in that region where they targeted them. A PC engine would have never hit they wasn't even advertised.
You know what it is? It's just because, again, for us, for the States and the marketing, right? And I remember, the loud, aggressive marketing, the Keith Courage, the bonk. So it's just interesting to see how a console in another region sometimes just won't make traction where it's not, Ace is like, oh no, that wasn't even nobody,
it never got a foothold there, and that was its biggest fatal flaw.
That's interesting. Yeah, continue. This is very interesting to me because I always like to hear internationally how things. Because in our mind, from the States, we think it's everybody's experiencing the same thing we are, and it's different. But continue. This is great. This is good stuff.
It is. So I do have to say, I'm not in London, so London might be different. You might get different. Kaz wasn't in London then either, but like in the city, maybe things were targeted differently. But where I am now, not so much.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so did the Xbox 360 had those first 2 or 3 years that were absolutely banging. Every game that was coming out was just like, wow, got to play that. BioShock, best demo that any game has ever had. Best demo.
Yes.
And then Too Human happened, and it kind of went. and then Microsoft seemed to just like give up really for a while. The 360. There was way less after the third year, way less going on, and they started focusing on Kinect and following that Wii market. Speaking of, I've not mentioned Nintendo at all.
You have not mentioned Nintendo at all. That is true.
I'll upset some people when I do.
Spicy. Let's get it.
So we'll go through the rest of the journey first, and then we'll double back and
no doubt
explain the lack of Nintendo. So yeah, I moved into PC at that point. I played a lot of PC games for the latter half of that generation.
Gotcha.
PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. I had the consoles. I didn't even touch the exclusives for about 4 years.
Oh wow!
And then on the cusp of the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4 coming out, then I decided to double back and check what I'd missed and catch up with like The Last of Us and things like that that had gone by. And the Xbox One and PlayStation 4. This is a weird time in my life where I'd gone into PC gaming and I got right deep into like properly nerd stuff on PC gaming. And I had a PC at that point that had 4 graphics cards in it.
Oh, he's out. He's outside. He's outside.
Yeah, I was doing that.
He's outside.
It was ridiculous, but my PC was like 18 teraflops or something like that. And I'm playing like
he was flexing.
It was nuts, right?
What did you have,
it didn't
like,
necessarily work.
Do you have dual SLI going? Like, well, how did that work?
Crossfire, yeah, it was. So the 290X, I had two 290Xs and one of their 295X, which was a double graphics card. It was already crossfired.
Right.
So back in those days, Crossfire wasn't terrible because AMD had a specifically crossfired card at their highest end. So it was reasonably well supported sometimes.
Okay.
It was a mess, and that PC ran hotter than anything you've ever touched.
I would imagine so.
Yeah, it had 2 separate water cooling loops. It was probably nerdy though. So I've got this 18 teraflop machine here, and then the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4 come out with their 30 frames per second.
He said with their 30. That was wild. You know what? I respect it. I respect it because at the end of the day, even the realm got mad at me because I did leave for PC during the Xbox. I did. It was a bit because the phrase once I started experiencing the 60, it was hard to go back. Like unless it was exclusive. So I understood that. But I want to back up just one quick thing on PC because you said towards the end of the 360 gen, obviously Kinect gets introduced. They start to do some things that you're not really keen with, right? And I needed to know like what were the games on PC that was like, yo, I am here. I am loving this. Like, give me that.
So I went through a shameful MMORPG phase. I played a lot of Warcraft. I was with some people at work that.
My man.
Now it makes sense.
This is why me and Asa is really, part of the 96, 97% club, because us brainiacs link up this way. So, what was your class in World of Warcraft?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a complicated question. I had all of them.
Right.
But my first one that I actually stuck with for a while was a shaman.
Okay. I love all of this stuff. Did you? Okay. 2 questions, and I know this can go extra long, so I'm not going to go, extra long on this topic. But 2 questions. Did you sell gold and did you buy gold? Okay.
I'm not the entrepreneur that you are.
Okay. I had a in-game wife, and she would make items for me that I can in turn sell at the marketplace, and then get money, and then we split it. So it was kind of crazy, but yeah, after I spend real money on it, I was like, I gotta get out of it.
Yes, we know. No, mind you. No, but I'm glad you mentioned. So you doing the PC stuff, and then I want to say you saw the Xbox One, the PS4, those 30 frame systems for the most part. I mean, there was some 60 frames.
There was some. It's funny though, because now, like a year into this generation, if anybody goes back to play those old consoles, then they're where I was in 2013. They're like, whoa, this doesn't feel nice, right? It's just not. It's unpleasant. The load times, the frame rates. It's just. And everybody else is there now with these wonderful new consoles, but I did have them, and funnily enough, between the two, because I already had power in the bag with the PC, the one that was more interesting to me was actually the Xbox.
Really?
The Xbox One, the original vision for it with Kinect, was like, well, now you've got something that does what my PC doesn't.
Okay.
Right.
So I'm not impressed by the hardware, but might do something new. Like I'll give that one a go. So I got that before the PlayStation 4.
Okay.
And then they dropped all of that and made the Xbox One a week of PlayStation 4 for a while. So. And
that's when the wrong
stuff.
person was in charge, right? Okay, so speaking to your love of Microsoft and the death of Sega, because you actually had a chance to watch the death of Sega, and overseas, Sega thrived a little bit longer, right? Because correct me if I'm wrong, the Mega Drive was still profitable in overseas in Europe, not like in America. In America, it had got defunct. The last shipments, Sega USA, they stopped putting them out, and they stopped producing consoles. But over in Europe, they were still making consoles and stuff like that. And then it finally died out. You got a chance to watch the PlayStation actually put the lay down, stay down on them, and you went into the Microsoft world. And you said they were hitting in the beginning. They were hitting, and then along came Donnie, and messed your train up. All right, could we get to the Phil era? Because let's get past.
Why we gotta skip past this man history for your enjoyment? Why you don't want to hear about this man's history?
Donnie was a wet blanket. Donnie put some bad dreams in his head.
But that's the era that Asa like. He just said that the connect, the uniqueness of the Don's era.
You want to drag this out with the connect? He got force going. All right, so let's get to the connect where you
fast forward on history because
I'm trying not to have him. I'm trying not to have him.
Want to talk about the dark days. Let's talk about those days.
Let's get past the dark days. We're into the sunshine.
But Asa, for you, this was a unique experience.
Well, I'm going to defend Don for a little bit.
Let's go.
So, Don Matrix was a disaster, but he had a very weird mandate from above his head.
Yeah.
Right. He was tasked with taking Xbox to a service-based thing that people weren't ready for.
Yes.
And Phil's managed it, Don didn't, but most executives would have tripped over that as well. It was a very difficult ask to get gamers to accept subscriptions and services.
Yeah.
Most
always online.
I think any executive that doesn't have a base in gaming already is gonna have. I mean, Matrick did have that, but he's not a gamer in the sense he doesn't understand gaming.
No. No, we will not do that. We will not do that. We will not make excuses for this man actually putting my Xbox on life support.
But it is true, though.
It is true.
Magic is not Phil in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, he tried to abort that, right? He tried to abort the baby, and we can't do this. We are not going to act like this man, and he's done it again. So so once is the mistake, two is on purpose.
That's fine, but I'm just like Asa. I'm contextualizing it. The end result is still the same. I'm just you just want to whitewash it like he was Satan.
King is the dude that when you know what King conquers your civilization, he want to burn the books.
That's what you do. Okay, so what you do?
Rewrite history.
Only the winners can write history, not the losers. Oh my God! All right. So what you do is actually you go pillage the village and you burn down all knowledge, all
traces of dawn. So that's what we do. All traces of dawn. But
that ain't happening. That ain't happening.
It didn't. And I like when he said a lot of other executives would have tripped over that, right? But Phil Dominus Maximus
this is
right. So let's okay. So now that we're in the light, let's
we haven't finished anything.
You know this. Look, Asa has a halo over his head now that he's talking about this. This is beautiful.
Continue, Asa, on your history, sir, about the Xbox.
I never would have dreamed that my system history would get this messy. I love it.
This is I love it. It's classic.
I don't know. That's today, isn't it? That's pretty much brought us up to now. So I've got the PlayStation 5. I've got the Series X. I've got a PC that I use a lot. I've got. I love my virtual reality. I know most people don't.
We're gonna talk about it.
Yeah. And that's where I am into the future. I'm not antagonistic with anyone. I love all of those platforms. And then there's Nintendo.
Yes, which I was gonna ask. Yes, let's go. Let's bring it back. There we go.
So there's a couple of things. The other thing that was missing from my entire history there was any portable gaming, right? Anything on a phone, anything on a Vita. I know you love your Vitas, and a Switch. Those don't work for me because the only places that I would play them are like on trains and things, and I can't. I'll just be sick. So I've got no space in my life for portable gaming. So it's not that I hate those systems, but they just don't work for me.
Fair enough.
But Nintendo in general, this is where it gets a little bit more controversial, my opinions on them. So I loved the NES and the Super Nintendo. And like I said, the first Nintendo game that I saw was Mario Bros. 3. And I had a great time jumping across those platforms and doing some Mario stuff. And then the N64 came out, and Mario 64. That everybody loves. Everybody loves Mario 64 and rates it as this phenomenon.
No, Asa, no.
I picked up that controller and I saw a brightly coloured, garish wasteland of nothingness with one enemy. And it was ugly to me. And then I picked up the controller and tried to move around, and it wasn't tight like the 2D Marios. And I went to jump on the Goomba thing, and it was way harder to judge than Mario was before. And I was looking around like, I can see where this 3D gaming is going, but this is not it for me. This is not it. This is sparse and boring. So,
wow, this is spicy. I've never heard this. I've never heard a take like this.
He's not telling a lie. All right,
it's true.
Early Super Nintendo games. I mean, not Super Nintendo.
64.
N64 games. They didn't have so many enemies on the screen.
I would give him that.
So what the PlayStation was able to do, like with games like Ape Escape and stuff like that, they were able to not have clean textures. Their textures had a lot of tearing, a lot of warping and stuff like that. The Nintendo was able to show clearer textures with less enemies. The PlayStation was able to move more polygons and put more enemies on the screen. So Asa is right. He did see a colorful wasteland of nobody.
So disrespectful. I feel it. I just got to jump in real quick. I got you, sorry. I got to ask him this because I'm trying to be respectful, understand your perspective, even though we disagree, right? But I have to ask this part because a lot of people that love that era and they feel that's a touch point, right? Clearly you don't. But the thing is, the 64 and the adoption of the analog. So for you, the movement still wasn't precise? Like that didn't connect with you? Was it cumbersome?
Well, let's not pretend that N64 invented the analog stick. Right?
So that's what this is.
Stick, but you know, I was a Sega boy and I had the 3D controller with it.
Okay, now we get to it. Let's go.
In.
Respectful.
Yeah. No, I didn't struggle with that so much, and I did have an N64. I had 2 games on the N64, and you can probably guess what they are. So I'm going to let you. What are my 2 games on the N64?
So we think obviously you had Mario, and then
Not Mario. I didn't own Mario.
Oh, you didn't own it. Oh,
Played Mario.
Played Mario. Damn,
So,
64. What are we gonna say, Sauce?
Golden.
GoldenEye. Yeah.
And
Best pause music, GoldenEye. And we'll try to think.
Banjo Kazooie.
no, let's just say like big hint. I liked GoldenEye, so
So
the one other game.
Perfect Dark. Perfect Dark. Okay.
Precisely.
Gotcha.
Right, so I had those 2 on the N64, and that was my entire N64 catalog.
Wow. This is the most 64 slander. It's great. I mean, this is fun. This is great, unique perspective. He's like, yo, he did not feel it. You gotta respect it. You gotta respect it.
Those were the Russian games that we talk
omission.
about. Real quick question: were the wrestling games that we always talk about, were they prominent over there at all? Or was it not nearly as big?
Not for me, because wrestling was on Sky and I didn't have it. So I don't think wrestling games were massive. I wasn't particularly into the characters. I don't even know who I was playing as, but it was a fighting game and it was fun.
Yo, I knew this was going to happen. When he walked in the room and he saw the Sega Mega Drive and he saw the NES and he said, nah. I knew
I'm with. Yeah.
it was never gonna hit. No matter what they came with, it was never gonna hit.
I respect it.
So beautiful.
I respect
he
it.
said, people's favorite game. Your favorite
heart.
game
Like
is a colorful wasteland. This is
Barren.
amazing.
Yeah, he was very disgusted. It's just funny because where I'm similar to Asa is, obviously I kind of fell out of love with Nintendo during a certain part, but he fell out of love earlier than me. Like he fell out of love when people were considering that still the heyday, and he's just like, nah, that's not it. That's not it right there.
He fell out of love the moment he looked at it. He was like, "Oh no!"
No doubt.
I loved him up until that point.
No doubt.
Up until that point, I was all over that. Like, I didn't own the Nintendo consoles, but I got access to them whenever I could. I played them whenever I could, and I loved them. And the N64.
Yeah.
My one guilty omission is Zelda Ocarina of Time. I looked at that and I saw Mario and I didn't play it. And I regret that because I reckon I'd probably enjoy that. But
Yo,
I saw Zelda running around the field and I was just like, no.
Yo, Addict,
Go crazy right now.
Addict, I hope you watching. I hope you
Addict would be like he.
Yo, he took your favorite console and drop kicked it.
So I'm assuming this did not transition you to the GameCube. This did not transition you to the Wii. None of these inspired you to continue.
I had a Wii.
Oh, you had a Wii.
Oh, got a Wii,
my hand up,
okay.
right? Ocarina of Time was a mistake. Like I reckon if I'd actually spent more than a minute with it, that would have been a game for me. So that was a mistake. Hold my hands up on that one. That's my guilty omission. But apart from that, Nintendo done very little for me. I had a Wii. I had a Wii U. Very little on them. Thing is, Nintendo also, you know how they price things. Like their games are stupid pricing. They don't go down, and they were never enticing enough to be worth full price to me. So
Don't worry, it'll be on Switch soon.
It's not coming in hot. Nintendo is not coming in hot for Ace.
This is amazing. He said because y'all had no sale prices on your games, it was never enticing to me. He said y'all want to charge full price today, the same price y'all started when y'all launched. It's a wrap. I love it.
God, this is great. I love unique perspective, man. That Ace is on his square when he's like, look, it just didn't appeal to him, man.
No, it's not coming in hot.
It was not coming in hot, man. Salute, man. But look, this is tremendous, and obviously it's interesting hearing your journey, your story, because you've pretty much, the cool thing I like though is that you've experienced these things, right? Because one thing is a lot of people can have very, boisterous opinions, but they actually haven't tried it. You know what I mean? They just say, hey, I might not think that's not for me. But in your case, you're like, no, I tried it. This was not it. And that's, but I'm saying, but he actually was outside with it. You know what I mean?
I sipped the tea is disgusting.
I love that. That's it. But yeah, and then obviously you come back, the Xbox, and then obviously that leads you to today with the current generation and kind of staying in with tech and everything like that. But yeah, it's got to, let's solve it. And King has specific questions. I did want to move on because I got a ton of other questions for him. But yeah, man, I wanted to get into pre-Game On Daily Talk. And I wanted to kind of get like the origin story as far as like, what inspires you into just content creation and maybe the interest into journalism?
Content creation came after Game On Daily for me.
Okay.
So in terms of like order of events, Game on Daily, I did some writing for it. So it used to be a blog website essentially that reviewed games and things like that. And Gaz was running it, so most people probably know
Shout out to
Gaz on Daily already.
Yeah.
He was running that, and once upon a time on a forum, he decided I was fairly eloquent with my opinions and asked me to write a review for Drive Club.
I'm a Drive Club. Yeah.
Yeah, so I did that. I wrote a review as a response rather than say yes. I was like, yeah, it'll look like this, and I wrote a 3-page review of it. And carried on doing stuff for them for a little while. But then one day, he messaged everyone that was involved with it, like, he's thinking of doing a news aggregation site. Do you want to be involved with the news aggregation site? He'd been using N4G and things like that that were messy.
Yes,
right?
the messiness of N4G. Remember?
Yeah, well, I bit his hand off. Like, yeah, I do, but it's not going to be an equivalent of that. It's going to be something way bigger, way more social, way more driven for community and things like that. And yeah, I want to get involved with that. And bit his hand off for it. And we got together and spent way too much money to build this thing. And we're still building this thing. If you've never been there, Game On Daily is a content aggregation platform. It's a content creation platform, so you can go on there and write. We pull in all sorts of news from all sorts of people, including LordsOfGaming.net and all sorts of other platforms.
I see you wear the shirt. I respect that. I see you, brother.
Yeah, I told you. Do you remember it came up on the stream and it said anonymous, and I was like,
oh, that was you. Okay,
okay.
Salute, man. I appreciate the LordsOfGaming.net love, and definitely would love to use the platform, man. We actually got to use it more. We'll talk after.
We don't. So
yes,
but it's built with all of these like tools to support communities on it. So the way that it works at the moment, if you're using Twitter at the moment and you go and sign up using your Twitter account, everybody that you follow on Twitter, if they're already on Game On Daily, you'll be following them. And the news that you see in your feed is all tailored around what the people in your community are talking about.
Nice.
So at the moment, not enough people are using the site for all of these tools to work, which means that me and Gaz have to like curate a lot of stuff to keep it populated.
Right.
Not supposed to work like that. So when it gets built up and when we've got more people using it, there's all kinds of features to make sure that stuff that is interesting to you is what floats to the top of it. And that's what your feed is. And it's just a start of what we're building there. But in terms of content creation, so Gaz has always been very like on that. Like he's said from the start, we need to have like a YouTube presence. We need to be on social media. People need to know who we are.
Yes.
And I was the opposite. I'm a massive introvert. So I was like, no.
Yes, we have one on this panel as well. we know that you and Sav are very similar.
I was just like, nobody needs to know my name. Nobody needs to see me.
Oh my God, this is Sav. Yes, continue. You and him are like brothers right now. Continue.
Leave me in a dungeon. I'm good.
I'm not sure about the dungeon, but yeah. I spent like 30 years of my life like avoiding cameras, not letting people point them at me. I still do that outside of content creation. If anyone's pointing the camera, I'm like, no, I'm going to leave the room. You do what you need to do.
So how did Gaz convince you?
I don't even know. What's weird is it's me that pushed for cameras on the Go Live show on the Saturday.
Wow.
And that's because cool. I watched yours, and I'm like, this adds so much to it to see people, and we need to do that.
Thank King for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Because I would watch people's podcasts, and I would see this little stupid avatar bleeping.
He hates that.
And I said, this is the most irritating. And especially if you don't know who's talking, and then you got to follow the bump, and it was just so irritating and nonsensical, and they will never retain my viewership because I don't know if the guy is angry. I don't know if my thing is when a camera is on you, you have to present your best self, right? You can't be there in a holy t-shirt. You can't be there with boogers in your nose. You can't be there with snot in your nose, eyeballs, coming out your snot, coming out your ears. You can't do these things. You have to present yourself in the best light. And then a lot of times you have to clean up your background. You have to make yourself presentable, right? So you want to respect the people's time that's viewing you, and you get so much more. Do you know how animated Gaz is?
Yeah,
it's so much more from it.
Oh, he is.
Also, when I'm with you, I can see your brain working when I'm on the show, and it gives so much more. So I do appreciate the fact that you said you saw us do that, and
I agree.
It's fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I agree with you, King. You spot on because it was a struggle for us, and even though I'm teasing Saul, I was the same too. I was resistant. You know what I mean?
They didn't want none of this.
We didn't want to do it. King is pushing. Now, at the time, I thought it was a stupid promise I made to him. I'll do it eventually when we get to X, Y, and Z point. And he's like, yeah, we're there. So what's up? Where's your face? Where's your face, Cog? And I'm like, all right. And then I did it. And then once you got over it, it's fun. But it to King's point, and to as far as like him being on Game On Daily, I've been on Game On Daily YouTube channel. You know, you guys run a great show, and it's interesting because you being the reserved one, right? I feel you. If Gaz is just like, we know Gaz. Like, Gaz is the energy. He's gonna bring the sauce. He's gonna be spicy. He's gonna mix it up, and we love that. But you're like this perfect opposite, right? This perfect yin to his yang. And the thing that I like about it is that your personality shines through on camera because you're sarcastic and you're subtle, and you'll be like, I don't know about that, Gaz. And then you'll have your little thing. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I learned that you have that side to you that, you know, you can get in the trenches. It's fun. So I'm glad you said that as far as, you know, Gaz kind of helping you, and then you guys just say, and then you actually are the one now pushing when the YouTube channel, hey, we need to be on camera as a result of watching ILP, which, thank you. It's very humbling to say that. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, no, that's it really. What goes on from there? So content creation, I still struggle with content creation because Gazzy's a big personality and big energy, and it's hard to stand up content alongside the source and know what to do with it. So that's an ongoing thing for me. But you've seen I do the tech analysis from time to time, and those are hard work. They take a long time to put together, and I don't enjoy pixel counting, and I don't enjoy console wars. So yeah.
But it's a passion for you. Yeah, get us off. I gotta ask you some more questions.
But it's content. It's content. I get it. Because the same for me. Like, ever since I used to love looking at that stuff, thinking about it, kind of breaking it down. Ever since, and I love Digital Foundry, but ever since Digital Foundry has sort of made that their hook, I don't care about it as much,
it's
man.
Funny
like ever since it just there's so much of it now that it's a saturated, like, and again, it's kind of stopped now also, whereas they come out with their comparisons, but you don't see the flame wars on Twitter over it anymore. Like, you don't really see the, I guess, you know,
for shame the devil.
What are you implying, King?
A certain machine edges out another one.
Right.
With a more vocal fan base. So
well, I mean, tell the truth, shame the devil. Phil Dominus, Maximus Aurelius Spencer said you will not have power, and he took it from you. All right, so you said that you had speed, and I told you the day that one of your games don't load up faster, it's a wrap. And what happened? Your game stumbled out the gate, and my game got past your joint. And I was like, yeah, you didn't need the fake SSD. So now that we got no power, no SSD, and it's big as hell, it's like, okay, anytime Digital Foundry does do this, because we all pixel counted. Anybody that has a PC that was doing all that, what was that? We was doing 3D effects. What was that? The test sovereign that we would do for the
3D
game.
mark.
Yeah, thank you, sir. 3D. We know
3D,
this.
yeah, 3D mark, benchmarking. Yeah.
So we would do this with each other. What was your score? What was your score? We post our score and tell our score. Yo, did you fix this in the background? Okay, so we're not gonna act like size don't matter. Pause. And you know, pixels don't matter, and these stuff do matter, right? Yeah. Now, it doesn't matter to the person when you lost that battle. I don't know how many times I went to Digital Foundry and they was like, yeah, the Xbox is coming in at 900p. I'm like, come on, man.
Why you acting like it's a sports team loss? But it was, like, though. The Knicks lost.
It was. It was. And we
took
it for 8 years. We took it for 8 years.
Oh, that's why why watching that channel.
That's
okay.
right, Donnie. That's why I try to wipe it away, because now we pillaging the village and we're going to burn the books. So, there's absolutely no way
to
we
rewrite
go back.
history.
That's right. We are rewriting history, because this year has been a year of shut up. Shut up.
The payback year for you. This is what this is.
Let's go, Asa. Let's get to these pixel counting fun stuff that we were doing.
So, Asa, like I said, you did say, obviously, we respect what Digital Foundry doing. We do see it is, you know, I've seen a couple of yours. It was pretty impressive. I believe the Miles Morales one was pretty cool. And I think recently, well, I don't say it's a pixel count, but you even put up the Spider-Man in Avengers. What's going on?
that was different. That wasn't for the main channel. That was for my little channel. So my kind of signature for the content is I'm one of the only people around that does HDR content.
I love
so
it.
every now and again, I just stick something simple up on my own like throwaway channel. The Spider-Man, Avengers, and Miles Morales one, remastered, whatever. That wasn't proper content. That's just on my channel. On the GameOnDaily channel, some of the tech analysis ones that I've done are.
I appreciate it. I really did, though. Thank you, though. That's when getting exclusive go wrong. Yo, that's Spider-Man. That must have been one of the multiverse Spider-Man. Yo. That's not the Spider-Man I knew. Yo, did you see when he was shooting the web?
Yo, Vinci said it looked like a white woman in Zumba class. I died. When they was doing
what it
motion,
reminded me of?
What is it?
When I knew it was suspect when I saw the trailer. Because when I saw the trailer, I was like, this Spider-Man looks too bulky. Like Spider-Man's supposed to be somewhat gangly, because he's supposed to be So when I saw him, I'm like, he looks like a bulky dude. Like, and I'm like, he looks like his movement's gonna be stiff. And I know it's just a trailer, but I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't like the way that trailer looked. And when I saw it, it reminded you remember the old Spider-Man show?
Yes. Wait, the doom.
Yes,
That one?
Where he had the wristbands. Like,
no, he's talking about the electric company.
The electric company.
Not even. No. It was. I forget his name now. The guy that played Spider-Man back in the day. Like 70s Spider-Man, when they used the same video for crawling outside.
Yeah.
It reminded me of that. I was like, no, I can't. No, it can't be.
You know when it was done for me? When they said, okay, there'll be no story content. And just threw them in the background.
And the fact that they held on to that until it launched. No one knew that. Everybody thought it was going to be like a Black Panther expansion.
Right.
And they got that.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I know this wasn't a topic, but yeah, for me, it was the obviously the animation, and then it suspends disbelief with the swinging when it was not attaching to anything. So that kind of
that was PS2 Spider-Man.
Yeah, so it kind of took me out of it. But I want to get back on focus with Asa as far as the comparison thing. Like, what was your whole with HDR content? That's why I really wanted to focus on that.
So on the main channel, the tech analysis ones, there's some that I do like. One of them, the Spider-Man one that you said, not this recent little comparison, but the Miles Morales stuff, the Gears of War 5 stuff. And there's a whole video on how the two consoles handle HDR and back and back content.
Nice.
And that kind of stuff I love doing. Stuff that I hate doing is like the stuff that King loves, where you're counting the pixels and comparing them. It brings so much fire in the way that I don't
and
enjoy
vitriol, and people, the fanboyness, that's okay to say that.
Isn't that some of your best viewed content?
Oh my god!
You know,
your scary stuff is best for me. I don't care. Your VR stuff is best for me. But
you're not wrong though. But I have to say that yes, best viewed content, and I still am not doing it wherever possible. Like these direct comparisons, because some things aren't worth the views.
No, brother, I feel you. I feel you. And at the end of the day, you ultimately have to do what you enjoy doing. You know what I'm saying? That's number one. And, to your point, where I do kind of agree with you and Solve on this one is that, look, we respect the guys at Digital Foundry. We had John Linneman in the realm before. Great guy. Love those guys over there. They've been doing it. I
love it when it benefits me. I'm not going to lie.
We know.
I'm not going to lie. I watched the video, and if it says, well, Xbox is having a little hiccup.
You tune out.
You download it.
They say they stuttering. I'm like, oh, for real though.
You there for the misstep. Okay, I got you. But no, I mean, I totally understand. I think for me, after a while, I kind of got disinterested because, again, there's that fine line. I think, AC, you said it well, which is like, yes, if you do that content, it's going to drive a lot of traffic. A lot of people are going to tune in based on their platform of choice, and it's going to incite a certain type of viewer. And it's the flip side of it, which like, look, I kind of enjoy, like what you're saying, like I kind of enjoy seeing the HDR content, other aspects of lighting and things that's going on in the game, and that excites you. So I respect that, because it would be very easy for you, because of your tech background, the way you analyze very eloquently. If you did that, that is literally a free lane for content and viewership to compare this.
Teach me how to do it. If you don't want to do it, just slide that over here.
Oh my God, I can't.
And I'll make sure I'll pick out those games that make my console look good.
I can't with King. He's doing the most. He's doing the most right now. Anyway, salute to Ace.
You remember our HDR battle from a couple of years back?
Yes.
Where the Gears HDR battle. Yo, we got so many people in on that combo. It was so fucking me and King. No, this one's better. No, this was better. And it was like, yes, smoke brings the crowd.
Smoke brings crowd. We know. But shout out to Lord Asa for walking the holy path and
listen, I'm not engaging.
Not gonna
For content creators, sometimes people chase the carrot.
Yeah.
Right. And to have integrity, to say, I know, like if I do this, this will actually bring a ton of views.
Yeah.
And sometimes, like, all money ain't good money.
Oh, facts.
I try to tell that to people.
Facts.
You have to have some form of integrity. You have to stand behind whatever you believe in. And if you know something is purposely going to either hurt someone or just the comments. You see the comments in the bottom of the video. You don't want to be associated with that. So a lot of stuff I don't tweet out, or I won't put a like to on certain things, because I feel that it drives a certain level of content that I don't want. Now, some stuff is and fun, but again, it's great integrity on you. So
fair enough. I wanted to also talk about your passion, which is new for me, and this is where you and King are really in pocket, is your passion for VR. I'm a latecomer, you know what I mean? I was a hater. I was the one, I'd never do that, it's goofy. And, I ain't gonna front, after getting the Quest 2, I really started to enjoy it. I really started
180.
I definitely did a 180, because what it is, you know what it was, King? For me, my debut, no, it's definitely fraud alert on me. Yeah, fraud, you can throw it up. I happily.
Was at PAX.
Yep.
We was at PAX. All right, let me tell you what this fraud is about.
Here we go.
I'm sitting here. I brought my PlayStation VR. I'm knee deep in VR, right? And also, the Vive. I'm knee deep in this stuff. I'm loving it. I'm telling him, yo, Cog, man, you got man. Yo, Cog, man, you really man. Like, yo, stop bothering me with that. So we get to PAX, and he didn't do the VR.
Correct.
We got Addict to do it.
Yes.
Right. So Addict is a very particular dude, but Addict had some fun with it, right? He actually put it on, had some fun with it. I don't know what possessed this man to get this VR, but he did, and he had to put out his tweet. And I screenshotted it and I saved it and I put it in a special folder, because this is the day the knees were bent.
Oh, the knees were bent. Like I fully admit, like the L was it.
I love it.
Listen, it is what that's why I always admit, you know what I'm saying? I was definitely hating on it. For me, when I get to you, but for me it was just like, my early experience was like the Samsung Gear, you know what I'm saying? Or like some very rudimentary experience. And then I'm not gonna lie, like there was what they did it for me, King, the part where I couldn't, but it was my ego. Because I remember, I think you remember, it was the New York Times, and they had the kid.
It was Palmer Lucky.
Yeah, and he had his chest out, and
you were not about that.
He was barefoot with his chest
gaming,
out.
Yes,
and I was like,
floating.
I didn't want to be associated with that at the time. Like the coolness, I try to keep a cool level to the game. Like, we geeks, but we cool, right? So that wasn't cool to me, so I was hating, right? But I'm not gonna front. Full circle though, seeing a Half-Life Alex, seeing demo, like seeing what virtual reality can do, like it was absolutely amazing. Shout out to Addict that pulled up. It was absolutely amazing to me. And then just the Quest demo and manipulating the objects in the 3D space, I'm like, okay, I was wrong. This is fire. But Asa, tell me why you're so passionate about VR.
Those same reasons. It's it's a different level of gaming. It's a different level of interactivity. The things that you can do in VR. When you start seeing games from that perspective, where you expect things to be interactive in a certain way, where you see something and you're like, oh, I need to put that in my inventory. You pick it up and you stick it in your back. That's completely different. You hear people talk about what's better for like Halo. Is it better to aim with a keyboard and mouse and a controller? And that's a fair conversation, but it's completely different ball game to pointing a gun and shooting it, which is what you do in VR, right? It's like, it's incredible. And you know, I said I don't do portable gaming because I'd be sick if I do it with any kind of motion, right? Yes. I'm one of these people that suffers quite a lot of motion sickness. So VR for me, all of these people that say it's never going to get anywhere, it makes you nauseous. That was a pretty big battle for me because it definitely made me nauseous. But I love it so much that I've learned the ways around it. Okay. I know what movements are going to make me sick, and PlayStation VR, unfortunately, is going to make me sick every time because of its camera restriction. Right.
That literally sounds like a domestic relationship. I know it's gonna make me feel bad.
Shout out to Addict for pulling up, man. Good to see you, brother. I know you.
I'm on medication.
Not here to slate my
I'm on
medication.
There you go. Drug yourself up.
I'm on medication. I'm on medication.
Yo, man, we'll leave it at the way you say that is hilarious.
I'm on medication.
He's like, this is just a stand-in for Addict. Addict is actually on the bed laying down.
Exactly. I'm on medication. I like that. Continue, Ace. I'm sorry.
See, if you don't know, there's a green screen here, and I'm really over there, and this is this is a video.
You're ridiculous.
Yo, real quick, we were just talking before about like tech stuff and whatnot. Just be prepared for a little smoke because PlayStation just announced that Gran Turismo 7 will be out on March 4th, right? So the video they're showing has the foliage. There's some popping happening in the video.
So they're going hard.
And there are already comments flying about.
Yeah.
So
man. So they're already going in on how it looks.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. I gotta see.
Popping, huh?
But anyway, back on focus. I want to get his bars off. His final question. Again, you were saying with the VR, going through the motion sickness, doing all and still, give me some standout games for you.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll say what VR headsets I've got or have had. So I started with the Oculus Rift, first one. I had the Samsung Odyssey Windows Mixed Reality headset.
Oh wow!
I have an Oculus Quest 2, and I've got a Reverb G2, which is another Windows Mixed Reality headset. Okay. So I'm very well versed in what Microsoft do and don't do with VR, right? Including not doing Forza Horizon.
Yeah,
which, come on!
No, it does scream it. It does scream it.
Definitely does, and so did the previous one. But yeah, stand-up games been Half-Life Alyx, Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners. They're incredible games.
See,
I remember the first game that I played in VR was table tennis, and I had a few rounds of table tennis, and then I went to put the controller down the table.
That seems exhausting. Table tennis, that seems exhausting. Like I'm like hyperventilating just thinking about it.
You on medication.
That's the medication.
Continue.
I'm on medication.
That's not Addict. That's the medication. Continue. I'm just joking. We're good. So you put the table tennis. You put the table tennis.
I put the controller on the table tennis table, which wasn't real, right? It's a virtual reality table, so I just dropped it on the floor. Day one of owning this thing, like,
you dropped the controller, yo!
Yeah.
That's what's up.
My room is marked from like punching walls and doors and things, and like.
Aren't you happy now that they have
and...
the pass through, so that you're able to see, like
I don't
the
use
outside?
that.
You don't use it?
No time for that. No time for that. I've got the boundary set up so it can warn you, but
okay.
Yeah, I don't use that.
You just use the boundary. So you mark your play area, and then you don't
want to break immersion.
It's not actually that convenient to bring up the second view on most of the headsets.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't want to pause and have a look.
Okay. Fair enough.
Plus, if I have a tiny gap, I can kind of see where the walls are.
Exactly.
I do that quite often.
Yeah, so you leave that gap underneath by the nose. Yeah, I see
a nose gap.
I got you.
Yeah,
TV right there can't bust the TV up.
No doubt.
Oh, I definitely would. Like, I've hit doors and walls plenty. That Skyrim poster, that is because I will probably be playing Skyrim until I die, but it is not the anniversary edition, it's the VR edition.
Okay.
Which, you see them dragons properly, like...
Oh, it's different. You know what? I got to try
it's
that.
Different.
Skyrim, yeah.
How do they handle the motion? Are you just sort of like teleporting place to place?
You can choose on Skyrim. You can choose. You can teleport from place to place, or you can use the sticks to move.
Okay.
And it's well worth. Like obviously, the PC version, you can mod the High Heavens, and you can use all of the Skyrim Special Edition mods, and there's VR specific mods, and you can make it whatever you want it to be.
So, do you ever want to go so hardcore to get like the treadmill, the treadmill, and all that?
The treadmills don't work, or I would love to.
No.
Their practicalities are pretty complicated. It's actually like move in a way that's remotely natural on a slippery treadmill. Otherwise, I'd love to, and I'm really looking forward to the PlayStation VR 2. I think that will be on a different level to the PlayStation VR by a long shot, not just because the PlayStation 5 is there. But
how do you feel about it being tethered?
I don't think it will be. I mean, I know it will be, but I think there'll be a wireless accessory, a wireless battery pack thing. I think it's tethered because that keeps the price down.
Okay.
And I think you'll be able to opt out.
Okay. Yeah, that would be great because at the end of the day, you want like I'm with King that you do want to be separate from it. So, but I see what your point from a practicality standpoint. Yeah. They probably would do that.
So, do you think it's going to give you the option to use PS5 power, and then when it's untethered, not? So it'll be.
No, I don't think it'll stand alone. I just think because the PlayStation 5's got Wi-Fi 6.
Right.
I think specifically for VR, and I could be wrong. Like this is definitely nothing.
That seems right because
go on.
When it was like the Wi-Fi 6, I thought at the time that seemed a little overkill, and then now that you say that makes a lot of sense why they would put Wi-Fi 6 in that.
Yep. That's actually a huge. That's actually an advantage that they have with Wi-Fi.
It's a huge advantage, especially if they're doing VR and Microsoft isn't.
Yeah, correct. Continue, Asa.
Yeah, so that's right.
Continue, Asa.
So that's my hope. Like, if they don't do that, I'll be disappointed. But I am quite used to cable management now because the Reverb G2, the Reverb G2, by the way, the screens on it. If you're used to VR with like screen door gaps and things,
no doubt.
Absolutely not. It's like looking at a monitor. It's wow, it's great.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say I want to break protocol just for a second, so I'll get my brother K Santi file super chat. Salute to the Lords in this and all this VR talk. Try some Lone Echo Stormlands, but I'm sorry, the PSVR 1 belongs in the bushes. All right, K Santi, you going in. Do you agree with those game choices, though, Asa?
Yeah, fantastic. The Oculus games, and Oculus is a slightly divisive point. Facebook and Oculus keeping things on their platform. But yeah, if you've got access to them, play them.
Absolutely. No doubt. And our final question I have for you, as we move forward, is balancing the sauce. I want to shout out to Lord Gaz. Obviously we see the videos. Like Gaz is outside, literally. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, again, like I said earlier, I just feel you guys have this great dynamic because it's like you're the reserved, kind of quiet, technical person, whereas Gaz is a very opinionated, very, very expressive, I will say. You know what I'm saying? So like, why do you think it's working as well for you guys? Because you guys are really growing, man. I'm seeing the traffic. I'm seeing what you guys are doing. You guys have amazing guests. The show is great, as far as the YouTube and stuff like that. And obviously you guys really been putting out a lot of quality content. So like, tell me about that dynamic and that growth. How's it been for you?
It's funny. I hear that from the outside a lot, that we have this good dynamic because we're so different, and we are very different, and we get along really well. Most of the time, we do. We get along really well. I've got like a small pet peeve with him right now because he's doing a skit. I'm going to let you in a little secret that he's not told people yet, but he's doing a skit that's based around the Matrix. He's cast himself as Neo, not me.
You supposed to be Neo. Off rip. You supposed to be Neo. You got the look, the whole, that you supposed to be Neo. I agree. I'm going to put the petition in. Guys, change the source up. We know who the real Neo is. Come on now.
That's an executive decision. He's like, you create vehicles for yourself.
Exactly.
Shout out to Gaz.
Shout out to Gaz. Put himself in the Matrix, no doubt.
But when that's not going on, we get along just fine, right? No, we do. And yeah, we've got some different ideas. Like he's way more keen on the YouTube stuff. Like I said. Wait
a second. Are you in it?
Have you?
Please tell me.
Yeah.
You in the sauce?
Please tell me you're Morpheus.
I'm not Morpheus. No.
Can we get an exclusive of who Asa is playing in the song?
Yeah, I mean, it would be
Come on,
a fairly logical fit, like a Go and all the rest of it.
I mean,
yeah,
to be fair, Acer, he is using you, so you can't give that information out.
Yeah, no, that would be the architect.
Have you signed an NDA?
No, fire.
Now,
No.
Now
that's fire.
he looks.
Yeah.
You know who he does look like?
The Merovingian.
Yes,
The Merovingian.
He looks like the Merovingian.
But
Yes,
I'm gonna tell you this, Acer, you're gonna be a fire the architect. That like I can see that explaining all the possibilities, all the that's gonna be fire. I like this.
It's been years since I watched it. That's the dude in like the white building.
Yeah. And he had the pen and he's going through and he's like that emotion.
So question, is Gaz also playing Trinity? Is he doing that?
Yeah, the control. I can't.
This is gonna be wild.
This is messy. But look, man, tremendous.
Guys is sitting there watching this podcast like I made him sign an NDA and everything.
Yeah, we're sorry, guys. We broke your NDA. We getting all the sauce.
Sorry.
We getting it all. But look, man, tremendous game
half
history.
of it as well. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, but no, that's us. Like we do get along outside of it. We would play games together, but he's constantly on Apex Legends, and I don't really do Battle Royale particularly. Yeah.
No, salute, brother. No, salute. We love what you're doing. Like I said, tremendous game history. Love what's going on.
I love the
You know what I'm saying?
Nintendo slider. Addict, you got to watch this show when he gets to the Nintendo 64.
I've been watching it.
Yeah, he's got a sled. Yeah, so what did you feel about the Nintendo sled? I mean, the Zelda sled specifically.
I mean, it is what it is. You know, some people think they're right, but most of the time they're not.
I mean,
so,
he didn't slander Zelda. He said he should have played it.
Oh yeah, right.
He slandered Mario.
Yeah, he said Mario.
Oh,
You're right.
well, no, I'm okay. I didn't see that part. I'm okay with the Mario slander.
No, he says because of Mario, he chose not to delve into Zelda, and that was a mistake. So.
that was a mistake.
No, salute,
But
man.
don't if you do get into it, don't start it with Skyward Sword. I mean, not Skyward Sword. Don't start it with Breath of the Wild.
Anyway, stop it.
He likes Skyward Sword. I'm sorry.
Anyway, but like I said, love the history, and again, love what you guys are doing with the site, and running an aggregate platform, and I'm just excited to see you guys what it evolves into, and yeah, man, like I said, I've used you guys in the past, going to continue to use them. We got to use you guys more. I got to speak to my editorial team. We got to definitely work, because it's about bringing people together on and making sure the content creators, the artists, journalists, they're getting their shine. You know what I mean? And I like what you're doing and the intention behind it. So I got to ask you the question, no doubt, that we ask all those in the realm. Lord AC, you know what's coming because you've been watching the show. I need your top 5 video games or franchises of all time.
I really should have planned this in advance. You're right. I do know that you ask this question all the time. Halo. Panzer Dragoon Saga.
Solved. Have the back for life. Your lifetime guess was solved.
I don't want to say this because you'll ask the follow-up question, but Mass Effect.
You know what's coming. You know what's coming. Let's see whose side your soft side or your my side. We know which one is. I think I know what you're doing. Or addict side. Yeah, or addict side. Yep.
As in, I'm right, they're wrong.
Which Mass Effect is Lord Ace's favorite Mass Effect?
Look, he's scared to answer. That's so sad. Like, he's scared to answer.
Because it's a long answer.
No, keep in mind. Keep in mind, Cognito has his hand straight over the eject button over you. Okay.
I think I know where he's going.
He's gonna say the trilogy.
Yeah, I know it. I knew it.
All right,
one was like out on a limb, something new, something incredible, like the start of the franchise, and I respect it massively. And 3, if you scrap the ending, was the best of the 3 games.
Oh, he might go addict.
He said
so. It's 1 versus 3.
I said it's 3. It's 3.
Oh,
3's the best.
addict wins.
Yeah, he said 3.
Wow.
So I try to like
gameplay and a 5-minute bad bit at the end, and I can forgive that.
3 is only as good because 1 and 2 set up 3 as well as it did. Like they're literally the entire franchise, because I played them back to back. I didn't wait no years like you guys did. So like the only reason 3 was just give me 5 seconds.
Get your ball.
All I was gonna say, I would already be done with this if you wouldn't have interrupted me. All I was gonna say is the only reason 3 is as great as it is because of the story building that they like. The stuff that you was like, oh, I can't wait wait to see how that resolves. That's in 3.
Yeah,
Like,
facts. No,
All right.
salute.
and it's back to back.
Again, Halo, dope. From Panzer Dragoon Saga. Then we got Mass Effect 3. And now we got 2 more.
You know, I will say as well, if you ask me this on a different day, you'll get different answers. I am like thinking of these as I go. I'll tell you what's not on it. Sonic's not on it.
Ooh,
Right, I have that posted because it's the first game that I fell in love with, but it does not land on the list.
Okay.
Final Fantasy VII does.
My man, oh, we back. We back, baby. Woo! We back, baby. Tell him about that influence. Tell him about that. Tell him why. I want to hear an explanation.
And it's 7 specifically as well. It's not Final Fantasy as a franchise. It's 7 specifically.
I'm with you, brother. Speak your truth.
I don't know what to say about it. It's like the remake as well. The original and the remake, what they've done of it. I adored them both.
Yes.
It's one of the first games that I used to stay up until like 4 a.m. when I had school a few hours later, just playing that, doing every little detail on it. And I was just hooked on that one. So,
no doubt. So one more.
So that is
it changed role-playing games.
Yeah, it did. It made it mainstream too. You know what I'm saying? I would say that. But
yeah, it brought them out of the dungeons.
Yeah.
You no longer were you the geeky dude. Final Fantasy VII made RPGs cool.
Yes, I would say that. So one more, Asa, one more.
So many that I could put in this last slot. I'm gonna go with Quake 3.
Ooh,
Yeah,
first
I knew
Quake.
he was going to say that.
First Quake. Tell us.
I knew he was going to say that because of the PC lineage. Like these dudes really don't understand. Well, Sovereign knows how influential Quake was.
Yep.
Quake made people buy PCs. Like Quake made people really respect the PC gaming space because, like he said, you were on 30 frames per second and he was out here moving. So it really brought that fast-paced feel to it. It was a little bit different than Doom because of the polygons and all the textures and stuff that was going on. It really pushed the genre forward. It was a really influential game.
And you mean so? And I mean, if you're talking about Arena, right? It's just a multiplayer game. So this is the one that really there was no story. It was just get in there and kill, and it moved so quickly. Like to King's point, it made you go out there and look at those GFX cards like those voodoo cards like how do I get my hands on one of those? Quake is special. Yeah, very special.
I have to list it. It's funny because so Quake made me buy a keyboard and mouse for the Dreamcast first of all, and then it made me buy the whole PC and go all in and play so much of it. And you have all this conversation around Halo right now and how good or bad the progression system is. The progression system on Quake was you get better at it. You play more and you get better at it. There's no cosmetics.
I do want to address that real quick. Like look, man, if there's any Halo fans in here that's up on that Reddit, like I get it. Like I'm one of those people. It's like, they got stuff to improve on. It's like, come on, let's calm things down, man. Because they had to shut down the Halo Reddit because it was getting so toxic. Like, it's crazy. Let's calm that down. Let's calm that
insane. Tremendous history, brother. Love the 5. And favorite console of all time. We know you like PC, but we gotta ask you your favorite console of all time, any generation, and why.
Dreamcast.
Oh, with confidence. You said that quick. There was no hesitation on that.
I very quickly scanned over the history that I gave you just now. And Phantasy Star Online and Quake 3 are 2 of the most influential in my history of gaming, in that they pushed me in new directions in gaming. And what Dreamcast did, despite its short life and all the rest of it, it was pushing things in a direction that I love.
Yeah, so, I think the Sega fans would agree, and I mean the Dreamcast was special. Let's just call it for what it was. At the time, and again, the great Peter Moore. It was a beautiful time, man, and the launch lineup tremendous. Go ahead, King, talk your talk. I see you.
No. I was just happy that Microsoft had handed it.
Oh yeah, Microsoft CE. It was the OS. You know what I'm saying?
They talked about that when they had their little round table there, and they expressed that they always had some type of dealings with each other. And I don't care what anybody say. We probably never ever wanted Microsoft to jump into that space, but they are the spiritual successor to what we had left, the remnants of that. So that bare bones going forward is what pushes it to where it is. You're still on medication. That's the medication.
No, that like a lot of times people was like, oh, it had Windows CE, and people don't really know what that means, right? But when we talk about it, like Windows CE was a completely different development platform that allowed the Dreamcast to port certain games that just the other consoles couldn't do, right? So it was literally two separate development platforms for this one console. And that allowed, like, when you look at you see a lot of great arcade ports, right? But then a little bit later in its life cycle, which is very short, but you started seeing, where they could push the console, quote unquote, console gaming. I just love the freaking Dreamcast. It's so sad.
It's just an amazing system. Yeah, absolutely, man. Shout out to Lord Asa hanging out, still rocking out with us, right? We got some topics to get into. Salute, you know what I'm saying? So I know you're getting queue up the super chats. I am going to start the poll while you do that.
Yeah, do that because I'm ready to go, but go ahead.
All right, no doubt. So
get ready for the main event.
What's up?
Do you want me to send the invite things?
Actually hold on for a second because we got a lot of those. Hold on 1 second. But so last week's poll results are in and the people have spoken. With the recent success of Halo Infinite's multiplayer beta gameplay and engagement, which core problem do you think 343 needs to address first? The winner of a kind of semi-close four-way ILP poll at 58% of the vote was the progression system doesn't reward objective play and kill streaks enough group. Coming in at second at 23% of the vote was the dedicated playlist and an optional unranked crossplay group. In third place at 13% of the vote was the Messy Lords. I don't care. I'm spending my whole check for PvP suits. And in last place at only 4% of the vote was not enough free-to-play quality cosmetic content that shouldn't be time-gated. So salute to all the Lords. Lord Attic, I believe this is you won. This is the one you were shouting from the hills as far as the objective and stuff. Your thoughts, sir?
I just, I do feel like they've done enough to keep me satisfied until the new year, but it's just like, look, like
I love how he's working for you.
I only care about me. Like, why am I playing Halo for your enjoyment? No, I'm playing Halo for my enjoyment. You're supposed
to play for everyone.
I'm joking. Got that. Look, I was gonna say, did someone else buy Halo? But it's free. So never mind. Look, at the end of the day, like we got. It's like I said earlier, we got to relax on the 343 stuff. Like I do feel like they've overshot with XP at this point. Like I'm leveling up 5-6 times a day now.
Yeah.
So it's just like, look, this is good enough to give people that XP that they crave until next year when they could come back refreshed and less stressed and tackle it with a permanent solution.
No doubt. So if you want to get the super chat edition.
Yeah, hold on, let me copy paste these last couple of ones that came in, and then I will go back. Actually, before I read the super chats, I'm going to give a big shout out to our friend in the realm.
Oh, is that Drunken Ninja?
New York's, well, it comes up. Is it Drunken Ninja? Because it comes up New York's finest.
Okay.
Right. So, it says sincerely WMD had alias New York's finest. I don't know if it's Drunken Ninja. If it is, thank you, brother. He's giving the realm a 14-day Game Pass.
Yeah, that's got to be him.
Yeah. So I'm gonna drop that in the chat right now. Obviously, probably most people in the chat probably have Game Pass or in the Xbox ecosystem already, but there are a lot of new little mans out there. So maybe
man, that's for Christopher Hart, man.
Christopher Hart. Should I just DM it to Christopher Hart? That's what you say.
Christopher Hart, man, come over here and partake. Come on, partake, man.
So hold on a second.
Good.
Let me drop this in the chat because I had to copy and paste a couple of other things. Really
Somebody
quickly.
give him some mashed potatoes.
Great. Give me 1 second.
He eating Popeye's biscuits.
I can't.
Because it's
Why
dry over there.
Popeye's biscuits.
Savage.
All right. So it's going in the chat right now.
Put it in the chat.
Shout out to New York's finest. Sincerely, WMD, thank you so much. And if it's Drunken Ninja, I don't. You're completely different on Twitter.
Yeah.
So bet. Okay, let me get into these super chats.
No doubt. While you doing that, what I was gonna say, let me make sure that I got the drip real quick. I'll take care of that real quick while if you're still working.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, we got Pilo 318. He got the classic all natty. Hold on, got the all natty tea. Then said what he said. Hold on, we gotta see what he said. He said, long time listener, second time purchaser. Please keep up the great work. Thank you so much.
You know, and when you playing that Fable 2, put that all natty on.
Got that all natty tea. I see you repping the king, no doubt. Guess so.
All right, cool. Hold on a second. So first off, we have Shroom Kingdom, $5 super chat. Jim must have seen Jamaican Jim. Then he started working on Spartacus to come for a Raylan.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we all know what happens to Spartacus.
We gotta get to it.
There we go. Raiden Blade member for 10 months. Thank you, sir. King, I believe you might be right that this is Sony's last console. If Xbox acquires another big publisher, Sony might go third party.
Yeah, they will. You'll see. Spartacus.
I can't.
Winning of the end.
Remember Spartacus.
Messy.
Then we got GameOnDaily with the 40 rupee super chat.
Salute.
No PS Now in India yet. No expectation for Spartacus.
Okay. That's true. Got his opinions.
Then we have Capital Dream, $20 super chat. The narrative that these Sony folks are putting out there that they don't want a Game Pass like service is bull. The service is not provided to you so you can damage control.
That's right.
If it was available, you'll be on it like a fat boy on cake.
Wow.
Or Popeye's biscuits.
There you go. Then we have Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat. King, your loyal subject Asa is trying to relay his story. Have patience to hear him out.
Yeah. That's you trying to erase the Xbox One era. That's what that was. Yeah.
Then we have Black Rodent, $10 super chat. Asa, me and you would get along great. I got no love for portable consoles outside of my cell phone, and that's for BS. So what's BS? All right, whatever.
No doubt.
Mario 64 and that controller was trash to me as well. 2 days to Halo, and Destiny on the 30th.
Salute.
That was a horrible controller. It was a unique controller, but it was a horrible controller.
It was built for Mario. That's it.
No doubt. Real quick, see the legendary Lord Flamish. How you doing, sir? I just wanna make sure what's going on, brother? How you doing? I want to hear your levels. We'll make sure you're good. There he is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, all right. No, we hear you, brother. We hear you, man. Good to make it. Thank you for making it. You know what I'm saying? We'll get into it. We're just gonna finish these super chats. We got a lot to talk about. But okay, so
then we have Hard to Find, member for 8 months. 2/3 of the year with my guys. Love y'all, and definitely here for the Nintendo Diss album going on. Then we have Black Ronin, $5 super chat. Okay. Thank you, Black Ronin. We're not going to address this until it becomes official news. Right. When it becomes official news, we'll have things to say about it, but not yet. And we have Matt Titchbon, £10 super chat. Great seeing Asa in the realm, UK representing. Got my popcorn from when we get Spartacus. This isn't a Game Pass copy. Sony's taking a leap from Nintendo's book, charging folks extra for back and pack.
It's on like Donkey Kong. And I said that too. 97% right.
Was it 97% all the time right?
Yes, 97% right.
Savage.
Then we got Relish GT, $5 super chat. Could you imagine if Halo and the Kinect would have been beautiful? VR without the motion sickness. Xbox One dropped the ball with the Kinect.
You said Xbox One or Donnie? We ain't gonna do that.
Echelon 7 the Darkness, and member for 12 months. Hit the like button for this fire stream. Thank you, sir. Then we have Echelon 7 once again, $5 super chat. Peace to the Lords of the Realm.
Oh, salute.
Yeah.
Blessings.
Then we have Lord Metroid member for 3 months. King disrespecting my beloved Metroid series, while Skyward Sword is the game he should be throwing into the bushes.
Yes.
Glad to be part of IOP. Cheers, Lord.
Get him.
But what's gonna happen is what has always happened to Metroid. It's going to show up last.
No, I didn't know there was this hate for
I
Metroid.
learned about this hate for Metroid. Yeah,
Actually, it's actually fun news. So like when you found out something, you were like, wow, really? He doesn't even get a chance to get a plate inside the house.
I'm done.
Metroid eats outside on the porch.
Wow.
Good.
And we have Splendiferous. $2 super chat. Addict looked like he was just yanking Ace's chain N64.
Pause.
What? Wow. Pause.
I don't know what he
I don't know what it is. The
That's-
reference.
that- look, I feel like you shouldn't be imagining me doing anything in your mind, fam.
Particularly not yanking anything.
The Yankee motions.
God. No
All right.
yanking.
Then we have Tony Bryant, member for 17 months. Thank you, sir. Great to be here live again. Great time to be a gamer. Kefka is GOAT, by the way. Yes, he is. Cog, rein in your damn drivatar. Tired of getting passed at the end. At least he's you're passing people at the end. You're not murdering them,
Listen,
on the
man,
way.
You in the way.
Then we have, thank you, brother. Shark in a chair, $100 super chat.
Wow. Oh, thank you.
Just wanted to give something for you all live. Been in the hospital for about a month. Oh my goodness.
wow.
All right. Liver surgery. I hope you're doing better,
Hope
sir. I
you're doing
appreciate
better,
it,
brother.
man.
Thank you.
And I've been watching about all of your podcast vids. Like 200 of them love the show. Don't ever stop.
Wow.
Thank you so much, man.
Salute. That is wow.
Thank you.
That
Them
is
4 hours will get you a whole month.
Yeah.
worth.
Yo, one thing the Lords will give you is a lot of content.
Yeah, content,
So,
yeah. But please don't bust the gut laughing. Don't do that.
Nah, salute to him, and that's humbling. Seeing someone listening,
Yeah, that's
going through
fantastic.
something. Salute.
Definitely hope you get better, man.
Mhm.
Don Otaku, $5 super chat. Cog and Maddie ran from the PS slander and defining Duke with my write-in this week, so I'm gonna need extra slander from King and Addict today. Hashtag the Book of X.
Yeah, I saw that right.
I got you.
Yeah, I saw what you tried to do, Duke. Salute to you, though. You know me.
And we got Corey Hale, member for 18 months. Anyone play Chorus? Not yet.
Not yet.
Is it in Game Pass?
We do have a review on
LordsGaming.net
LordsGaming.net though.
That's right.
Check that out.
That's right. Go check that out. Go to LordsGaming.net. Check that out. It is up right now, so you can find all the details on course.
And then
Yeah.
find me in 6 months when it comes to Game Pass, and I'll give you another review.
And also keep in mind, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, so I'm not going to say it. But in the next couple of days, there's going to be a review on the Iron Lords podcast channel. So definitely look out for that.
Yes. A lot of reviews.
What could it be?
We don't know, but we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on.
The gunk.
We don't know. It could be anything.
Anything.
Gunk.
Yes.
It's the gunk.
Hold on.
Yeah, it could be the
we
gunk.
got
There
a
you go.
bunch of jumps.
My
What the
money's on the
hell?
gunk.
Hold on a second. This
Jumped
thing
around?
jumped crazy. Hold on a second.
What was the last question you got caught?
So put the crust in the chat for the newest member of the realm, Cerebral Paul. Thank you, sir. Lord Gold. Right. Then we have Spotlight GOPZ with the $1.79 super chat. Will Jamaican Ryan be on today?
Unfortunately. Unfortunately, Jamaican Jim Ryan got a lot of things to do.
Then we have the wise old gamer, $5 super chat. Speak for yourself. My wife loves the N64 controller, especially with Rumble Pack attachment.
Yo,
the wise old gamer.
brother.
You get this.
Wow. Then we have Lord Roughness, the $5 super chat.
Let it in.
Sony's so desperate for mindshare out here talking Spartacus, but showing no value anywhere near the mighty Game Pass, and still no day and date. Not yet. Not yet. Then we have Yodani Quesada, $5 super chat. Hope y'all know the Heimlich for PS Bros, because the Popeyes biscuits are a choking hazard. Wow. My boys are thirsty for Game Pass. Is so dry.
It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor.
You guys are being real extra in this.
They clearly couldn't wait for one topic. Asa, though.
You need to get you need to get the church's biscuits with the honey. Those are
those are lit.
Thirsty.
Then we got Cerebral Paul once again, $2. We say happy holidays, Lord. Same to you, sir. Happy holidays. Then we have You Cannot Defeat My State in Style. Let's put the crest in the chat.
I like
for
that.
the newest member of the realm.
State in style. I like that. That's fine.
Oh, And by the way, I will be streaming Shinobi tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Okay,
So,
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Do it, get the run back so I can
on the real difficulty, not that
real, not
maniac
that crazy
mode that he
maniac.
was on.
Yo, the crazy thing is that he actually got pretty decent
for
far into the game.
That's what's up.
Right.
Continue. What we got?
Real hard.
The
game.
wise old gamer, $5 super chat. Sony's going to rebrand PS Now and sell it as a new PS Plus, just like they take their games and reskin them as either The Last of Us, Ghost of Tsushima, etc.
Why that sounds like something that they're gonna do.
So messy.
And we have Alex Escores, a member for 4 months. Thank you, sir. PlayStation fans, stay buying your games. You want to support the devs, right?
You knew that was coming.
Shade.
You knew
There's
that
a lot
was
of
coming.
shade there. And I believe, no, we're not
No,
caught
we
up.
got
Oh, my
more. Yeah,
goodness.
it's coming in.
Okay, we have Splendiferous. $5 super chat. Correction. Not imagining him yanking Ace's chain. Pause. In other words, pulling his leg about the Mario and Zelda. Yes, we know that's what you meant, but you have to watch how you phrase it.
I don't know how I feel about you imagining him pulling my leg too. So yeah,
it's a joke, figure of speech. He said he's with Asa.
I know.
I with Asa, I'm not interested.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, last one.
Yes, Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat. Jamaican Jim Ryan has been attacked by Spartacus, or is it the other way around?
She
So look, man, I think we all caught up on the super chats again.
Yes, we are
So
caught up.
we gotta get into it, y'all. Y'all know what we here for. Behold, in the arena, the gaming subscription champion has started. The bringer of rain, PlayStation Spartacus, has been announced. So I'm going to need Saul, man, to set it up, man. Because I can set it up as if you want, because it's up to you. Because I was going to let you rock the topic, or I can set it up.
No, well, isn't this King's topic?
Well, technically, no. Technically, it was King had something else, so we have to set King.
Okay.
King got the next one.
So PlayStation, well, they didn't announce. Shout out to Jason Schreier. Yes. Bloomberg got the scoop on the fact that coming this spring is a quote unquote Game Pass competitor, CodenameSpartacus, which is looking to essentially eliminate the PS Now naming and consolidate PS Now with PS Plus and give some semblance of a subscription service, which would be multi-tiered and give options. Assumedly with the highest tier
Crunchyroll
with the hiest tier giving access to back compatibility beyond just the PlayStation.
You okay?
King is not okay.
Yo, this gets absolutely worse before you like if somebody so you can read it, right? But if somebody is reading it to you and you're listening to it, I don't know how anyone in their camp said that's a good idea.
Let him finish the story.
No.
Get him, Soft. Get him.
So at this point, the rumor is that it's going to be multi-tiered, with the initial tier just being PlayStation Plus, right? No addition. The second tier will give you PS4 games and eventually PS5 games. And the third tier will offer you, and I quote, extended demos, games, and a library of PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and PSP games.
Yes.
I gotta go first.
Clearly, you want to talk.
The Vita has once again been ostracized from this.
Yes.
So and there's been some conversation around this.
Yes.
As to how it compares and does not compare favorably or otherwise to Game Pass. So I'll turn it over to King.
Turn it over to King. King clearly have a lot to say.
Literally, they said, okay, so we're going to give you the same thing that you got already. And we're going to have stair steps to this joint. He said, so, like, y'all like back and pat? Yo, Saul, remember what I told you? They're going to make you pay for it?
Oh, fat. King is a prophet on that one. King is a prophet on that. He did say that. He did say that.
Get that credit card ready.
Yo.
He is right with that. He prophet that.
I told you. They said Microsoft giving it for free. Not us. Let me show you how we get this boat. Oh my God. Yo, this has got to, I don't know who's sitting in these meetings, but it sure ain't somebody looking out for the consumer. You guys are absolutely crazy. Yo, they said a competitor.
So King, you're in these corporate meetings and they ask you, they're like, King,
hey, I would not be there.
So no, King, what could we do to improve our service?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so all right. God, man, they really asked me this question, right? Mm-hmm. Copy exactly what you see over there. Mm-hmm. Put the consumer first. Mm-hmm. Get a solution for back compat, make that free. Mm-hmm. We already know that PlayStation Now is a failure, right? So take the PlayStation Plus subscription and put that together with the PlayStation Now, right? And actually
we got
put Crunchyroll and all your animation stuff into this package. Charge an extra $3-4, whatever you're gonna do, but show some value. Mm-hmm. There is no value here. Ooh. And if you're going to make it tiers and say one of these tiers, you get a chance to play PlayStation 1 games and PlayStation 2 games. And they're not going to
ostensibly the highest tier. That's the crazy thing about it. It's the highest tier.
Just to clarify though, King, weren't you the same person yesterday for last week saying that if you want stuff like cosmetics in Halo and you want that premium experience, that you just got to pay that money?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is not the premium
what is it? How does this any different?
This is not the premium experience. This is
explain.
Show me anywhere here that says this is premium. I don't hear PlayStation 5 games here.
So just to clarify, buying cosmetics that have no value whatsoever in Halo, that's a premium experience.
Look at the drip, Karen.
So drip is premium experience.
Right.
Physical games that you can play isn't.
No, not games at 25 frames per second and you ain't enhancing anything. No games that I played. See, this has value for somebody that wants to be nostalgic, right? That doesn't want to go out and get a PlayStation 1 or a PlayStation 2 and wants to play these games in the original form. The ones that Jim said they are ugly, that nobody wants to play these games. This is mixed messaging here. All right? So you set your fan base up to believe one thing, right? You said subscription services can't sustain itself. You said these things aren't profitable.
He is right there. He is right there.
Jim is on record, yeah.
The way that we're doing things is profitable for our company. But then you look over at your man's boat and say, yo, where did he get this boat from?
King, are you implying that the leader is why is the leader looking at
I already told you from day one he was complicit. Right? So I told you, don't believe anything that's being said. I told you that you're gonna have a Game Pass situation later on. But this is not it. Like when you don't put your premier consoles games into your subscription service, this is not premium, right? I mean, you have a PlayStation 5, but then you got the subscription service with no PlayStation 5 games. What are you doing? So absolutely, this is a fail, and I know that they're going to hear about it, and hopefully they're as quick as Xbox is to fix stuff, fix verbiage, make it right. Just, you don't have to do date and date.
Okay.
Right?
Well, that's a change from you. Okay.
But no. I'm baby steps with these dudes.
Okay.
Because obviously they can't get this carrot right anyway. So what I would say is these games that have initially launched on the PlayStation 5 in the beginning, let's start moving it forward to first tier games, PlayStation 5 games, put it in the service.
Right.
And then get to the next 6 months and bring those games in. If you want to still worry about the metrics, the old metrics, but I don't see the value. And then maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just fanboying out and I'm laughing too hard because they seem to be stepping on rakes everywhere they go. But I don't see PlayStation 5 games there.
Before I open it up to Asa and Flamish, I did want to ask you, I agree with you on the part where you're talking about. I know where you're going with PlayStation now, right? And
Right.
them, the user base and it not really being a success. And but what about just from the consolidation standpoint? Like, does that part to you still have no value? Because obviously PlayStation now, I believe they brought the price down at one point, and then obviously PlayStation Plus, which is doing well for them, and I believe they have the collection series, whatever. So even the consolidation, you still feel is not a lot of value, or is it you're just looking at it directly compared to Game Pass?
There's a reason why Microsoft never got rid of Xbox Live and put it inside Game Pass, right? And just get rid of it.
Right.
It's antiquated in its state, so they're probably waiting for a time to just completely phase it out.
Right.
But they don't want to do that to the existing consumers of that product.
That's a lot of money to walk away from.
So what Sony is doing is looking at 2 failed projects and merging 2 failures on top of each other.
So we're saying
I
PlayStation
can't say
Plus
PS
is
Plus
failure.
is
PlayStation Plus not a failure, kid.
Well, I don't have it.
Oh, so you don't? Clearly, it's a failure. King
No,
don't have it.
right? And like Addict says,
It's your world. Okay, we got
it's
you.
my world.
Yes.
There's a
Right?
difference between voicing an opinion and trying to make it a fact. I voice opinions, you're trying to make opinions
Okay,
facts.
I can tell you a fact. I don't have it. So in this fact, I don't see value. Like, you understand? So I saw value in getting the drip and Halo.
Wait. Why
Right?
you don't see value in PS Plus? I'm curious.
Come on, man. Stop. Okay, that's a whole different. Go ahead, God.
No, I need to know why. Like,
Okay. I don't feel safe there.
oh my God.
Okay, let's keep it a buck. How many people on this panel have their credit card on their PlayStation 5?
I don't.
I don't.
I got PayPal.
I got
on there.
PayPal.
One
PayPal.
person here. Thank you. That's it.
So this is the safety issue for you.
No, it's a big problem.
He's afraid for the children.
You're
Are you going to
concerned.
schools where the students walk around with guns? You're not going to school like that. You ain't going to clubs where there's no security. So let's stop acting like security is not a A1 important thing. That is, come on, it's online.
I will agree with him that, maybe he does got a point there. If you don't even feel comfortable purchasing stuff on the ecosystem, then maybe there is something there. But like, we can't act like there isn't an option that you could do such as something like PayPal.
It's the way he is a safety concern. Like the way he's, I
We
don't
have a
feel
safety
safe.
issue here.
So do you never buy anything on PlayStation?
I did, and I'm locked out of my PlayStation right now at this moment. Do you understand what my frustration with these dudes are? It's a literal problem with these guys. I have a real problem with the only 2 games I brought digital from the PlayStation 5 or the PlayStation 4 is locked away because they say, oh, that email doesn't. That's the only email I use with you guys because I don't trust you. So it's my name. Xbox 360 Lover 01.
Yes, we know.
And they
So
say-
you're saying you're being discriminated against because you have that game on
So this
PlayStation.
is a vendetta against Sony security against you based on your name, based on your
Okay,
PlayStation
so
name. Okay.
You ever try to put Xbox in on your PlayStation? You know how it automatically puts the word there?
Yeah.
Come on. Trust
So
me.
you're
I'm being
saying
picked on.
PlayStation doesn't even have Xbox in their system.
Like, no, I'm telling you,
He's
don't
being
try it.
censored. He's being okay. We got it. Okay, we
They're
got it.
after me.
Okay, well, let's open this up. This is a good one. Start with Lord Asa first. Lord Asa, obviously we talked about this in the DMs. This would be a very spicy topic. Let's get your perspective. PlayStation Spartacus. What are you thinking about it? And then
Gotta change that name too.
Spartacus.
Somebody heard me say
It's like-
Phil Dominus
Yeah,
Maximus.
it's like
really
they coming for
expensive.
you because it's
We gonna get out of here with Spartacus. Man, get out of here with that.
This definitely feels like they listen to ILO podcast. Whoever came up with this code name, I have to say that. Like,
Somebody
they have,
yelled
I
out, what's
feel,
the name of the new thing? Spartacus. No.
I have to give us a little credit. The Lord's got to get a little credit here. But I want to say, again, PlayStation Spartacus, like, what are you feeling? And then this whole thing in Jason Schreier's report as they are looking to position this as a rival for Game Pass. So, Lord AC, your thoughts, please.
My cheeks hurt from just listening to that and smiling. How can I follow that? First of all, PlayStation Plus being a failure, right? PlayStation Plus, Game Pass, and PlayStation Now. The most profitable of those services is PlayStation Plus. It's got the most subscribers and they put the least money into it, right? So that's not a failure of a service as far as Sony are concerned. Jim Ryan told us he was doing this.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you should always trust Jim Ryan, right? But he came out and said, we are building a service and we'll have news to announce before long. If they've not announced it, Jason Schreier's like giving us a scoop on it and let us know what's going on. But we knew it was coming. And we said at the time, like, you look at the way that Sony are handling their two services, PlayStation Plus and PlayStation Now, all of their focus is on PlayStation Plus. Like, since the PlayStation 5 has come out, PS Now has had some PlayStation 4 games, and they've had a PlayStation 5 game every month on PlayStation Plus. There's features of the PlayStation 5 dashboard and software that are locked behind PlayStation Plus. And their focus has been getting their users...
Wait. What
yeah, did you not know?
You talking really fast. What did you just say? Did you just say that there's features that is locked behind
PlayStation 5 beyond just online multiplayer? There are features of the dashboard that are locked behind PlayStation Plus, right? Which sucks.
Yeah, like cloud saving and stuff.
Yeah, and the guides. I think some games have like native video guides and things.
Your audio is crackling a little bit, Ace. I was ready to tell you.
Yeah. And you know what's funny? I feel like no one ever says anything about PlayStation locking down cloud saves behind a paywall. Like they attacked Nintendo for it, remember? But everyone just acts like that doesn't happen on PlayStation.
Continue, Ace. I wanted to continue your analysis.
Is the microphone any better?
Oh, yes, you're good.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so it was obvious at the time that their focus was going to be PlayStation Plus. There's a thing they could do. They could, on PlayStation Now, they could very easily rival Game Pass by changing the content that's on that service, right? If Sony were to say we're going to put our games in there, that's a different conversation. But PlayStation Now is just not what they're interested in. And the other thing that I have always said was more likely is they're going to expand on what they're doing with PlayStation Plus. They're going to expand on this PlayStation collection. They're going to add more games. They've come out and announced that it's going to be a 3-tiered service, right? Game Pass is a 2-tiered service, so it's not massively different already from the get-go. But the big questions on it for me, firstly, the obvious one, like what content are they putting in these 3 tiers? That's very speculative in the scoop.
Yeah.
So what content is there? What PlayStation 5 games are they going to be? But the other one, the service battle in general, and this is for Microsoft as well as Sony, the battle for these services is to expand beyond the console. And that's something that Game Pass...
Ooh, you're talking to Kig now.
Yeah, but it's something that Game Pass hasn't nailed yet, right? Game Pass is a massive success in that area when the subscriber numbers are higher than the console numbers.
Right.
And they've got a ways to go, so that battle is wide open. And if Sony are coming in and they're rebranding PlayStation Plus, but they're still twisting people's arms, they're still locking features behind it, so that you have to get a certain level of that subscription. They do have a very good base on their console to build on and to expand beyond that, beyond that space. So see what the emphasis is in terms of so Jason Schreier did mention there's more of an emphasis on cloud streaming now, like they are trying to improve what they've got there.
Right,
that's a big play, so we'll see what that is. It's a footnote of the scoop, but it's a big play.
They got the answers. Now let me ask you this one question before I open it up to Flamish, because he's been patient. I wanted to ask you in reference to the whole, one of the things we see online with this whole, announcement of reveal rumor, right? That they're gonna say, if it's Schreier, we know it's official. Shout out to Jason Schreier's reporting. But is the whole concept of day and date. And I wanted to get from you, Asa, like, do you think they will? Or do you think, do they need to? I'm very curious about that, because a lot of people feel that may need to happen or may not need that. What's your stance on that with day and date?
Not soon for their tentpole franchises.
Okay.
Not soon. I'm definitely not saying never. Like a number of years down the line, things will change. Their whole paradigm will change.
Okay.
But for now, no, using those consoles to bring people onto the PlayStation 5 specifically is what's driving them. And all of these big executives, so not just PlayStation, but Take-Two and the rest of them as well, that say it's not sustainable for us to put our big games into those services. They're not blowing smoke. They believe that.
Okay.
So budgets will change. It's only when Sony move to, and we know that they are doing this, but it's only when Sony move to really further monetizing their games that they'll start putting them in those services day one.
Gotcha. Fair
So
enough.
it won't be a God of War that's not got microtransactions. It will be a different kind of game.
Gotcha. Okay, because their model. Okay, I see where you're going with. I see your thought process. Lord Flamish making his debut in the realm. Great cameo. Proud member of Four Guys a Quarters TV, Retro Renegades. You know what I'm saying? Flamish XP, the Positive Gamer podcast. You're gonna get a mini intro, goddammit. But yo, salute to you, man. You know I've been trying to get you. Our schedule is crazy, but I'm glad you can make this. What you thinking, man? PlayStation Spartacus. What are you feeling?
Well, let's first try to compare with Xbox Game Pass, right? Because that's what they're trying to do as well. So first of all, Xbox Game Pass, Microsoft games day and date. Yeah. Right? Awesome thing. Then we got new games that are coming out day and date, just some titles here and there. As you see, as PlayStation Now is, could they do the same? Like said before, like King said, was that Jim Ryan don't think it's profitable to put the games day and date into Game Pass now. So I think it's a very hard sell. And then put it in tiers with PS Now on the highest one is only gonna make it harder to sell. It's not gonna make it easier.
Okay. Do you think? Okay, I'm sorry. Continue, please.
No. I'll ask a question.
You know, I was just gonna say that I see where you're going. My question was for you, like, do you think this creates a scenario where you feel they may need to add other things to that higher tier to make it more attractive? Because in your based on what it sounds like you're saying is that we do know PlayStation Now was not successful for them. They've had it for maybe 6 years, and what is it, 3 million? Why is King laughing? But at the end of the day, it's something that obviously they're gonna merge into the service, but. Like you're saying, you're making a decent point, Flamish, right? Which is a lot of the back compatitive stuff will be on that third tier, the PlayStation, PSP games, PS1, PS2, that kind of thing. It's getting laughing. So, in your opinion, that you feel that isolates the PlayStation Now portion being in the third tier? Is that what you're implying?
Yeah, actually, I think that's the case. Also, I don't see too many new games like coming to PlayStation Now at all. You don't hear that talked about. It's not in the conversation. Like Game Pass is everywhere, right? I don't see that changing when it would go into a tier setup. I just see it more dying down. I think PlayStation Plus is where most people go for. Yes. And it seems they're getting a little bit better with the games they get each month, right? I think we do got some
PS Plus is good. Yeah, PS Plus, the games mostly offer is good.
Yeah, it's like Xbox Live. Yeah.
Nah, it's better than Xbox Live or Xbox Gold.
I mean, well, technically, what you have to do with both of those, and look at both of the services, combine both, and then have a conversation.
Oh, that's what you're doing now. Okay,
Right. Success.
Yes. Continue, Flamish.
Sorry, Flamish.
If they would put more of their catalog that they got now, right, from PS5, more into PS Now, and then launch it into there, and make it attractive of a good price, not too expensive. Don't make it $30 a month because you're probably not gonna sell.
Gotcha.
Right?
Okay.
It's got to be attractive for the casuals, the people that play the console maybe a few times a week, maybe an hour or two. Those are the ones you're trying to get to. Those are the main audience. They're the most like gamers like us. We play all day. I mean, we're
the hardcore.
We buy it anyway, but we're a small minority of them. So we want those good numbers. We want those of the many.
No, valid point. I hear where you're going with it, and it is going to be key for them to get the casual into this combination out there, kind of consolidating. I want to get Addict in because I know he had missed, but yeah, man, what do you think? We didn't get a chance to really talk too much. I think you woke up when the news broke, and I told it to you.
Yeah, Cog was like, the Twitter's going crazy. I'm like, oh God, what happened? I think low-key this is a way to not force people, but this is like a way of them trying to like breathe a little bit more life into PlayStation now. I feel like they know that was a complete flop and there's nothing they can do to breathe life into that. So they're like, let's try something else. Like
scream.
And my thing is like the way they're wording these tiers. I mean, obviously, Jason Ronald probably doesn't know 100% of everything. I've always said he's very accurate, but sometimes he does get like little details wrong. But I'm curious. The biggest question is like, what's the pricing points?
Right.
Like, are they going to start this at $9.99, $14.99, and then $20? Like, another thing, what do you guys think the odds that within a year and a half they put their first party in the highest tier of whatever they're doing here?
That's a good question.
Because to me, having 3 tiers, that's pretty hardcore. Like, and then people's like, oh, we're putting Fundamation. They're going to put Fundamation. They're going to put Crunchyroll. Really? Do you think they're going to put those in a gaming service? Like, yeah. They're not doing it. You know, they're not doing it.
Oh, Ace and Flamish disagree. They think it's coming. They think that PlayStation. Crunchyroll in there.
To me, you don't invest into another industry to put it in another industry. Like they invested in the anime culture because they wanted to invest in the anime culture. If they had intentions on bundling these services, they would have bundled Funimation years ago when they bought that company. But they didn't. So you mean to tell me that they're going to spend another $1 billion and then bundle that? So that'll make no sense to me.
Control now. I mean, they are improving their infrastructure, right?
Yeah, well, they need to improve that UI because Funimation's dog. Like, it's horrible. So
this is why they won't put it in there because
Funimation's dog. Okay, got it.
UI.
It's the UI.
No, it's horrible. It really is. Like Crunchyroll's a little bit better, but it's just like, look, at the end of the day, I'm just curious why there's 3 tiers. And then if you read it, they're like the last tiers, PlayStation 1, 2, and 3 games or something like that.
PSP
so I got a PSP. I got to play the high. I got to pay the highest tier to play old stuff. But I thought people didn't want to play old games. So it's just like Sony. So like what's crazy is that like, you know what? It's crazy because isn't a lot of PlayStation now back towards games like PS3 streaming games? They have a lot, like they don't have Vita games, so it's like okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a little witchcraft and put Vita games in here.
No, Vita games are not on there. Actually,
they're not in there.
They're not part of it. It's
I thought they said something about
all right, let's read the tiers real quick.
That's tier 4. That's tier 4.
The first tier, the rumor, shout out to Jason Schreier. It says the details still may not be finalized, but this is what the documentation reviewed is. The first tier would include existing PlayStation Plus benefits. The second would offer a large catalog of PlayStation 4 and eventually PlayStation 5 games. The third tier, so essentially I guess that's the PlayStation Collection in a sense. The third tier would add extended demos, game streaming, and a library of classic PS1, PS2, PS3, and PSP games. Not Vita. Vita is not listed.
I mean, at the end of the day, like, even if it's Vita, like, there wasn't, like, a lot of top-tier Vita games. There was good Vita games, but they didn't really, like, it was more like kind of what Nintendo did with the Wii U, where they posted it, like, oh, everyone's pirating this stuff. So they didn't really 100% support the Vita. They did a good job, but I don't think there's anything there that's like so fired that they want to bring that over.
What's the Nintendo's pricing on their network, their new thing? What's their pricing?
Oh, you talking about the expansion pack? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, what's their pricing?
It's like what, an extra, I think I don't know what is the price because I didn't get it.
I don't know. Sav, you know.
But it's definitely more.
It was 20 a year, so now I think so now it's closer to 50.
50 a year, yeah,
50 a year now.
So that's my thing. It's like if you're having three different forms of this, whatever this is, like to me, what's that second one going to be different from the first one? And then what's kind of curious to me too is like the first one's supposed to be just plus.
Yes.
It's like, okay, so you go into Plus, then you could go upgrade to play some PlayStation 4 and 5 games, and then you upgrade again to play some older games. So you mean to tell me that they're charging you less to play newer games than they're charging you to play older games? Like, I'm just like, I know usually Jason Ronald is 100% on a lot of this. Oh, Jason Schreier, my bad. And there's just so many Jasons, man.
I was like,
there's so many
like, what did Jason Ronald do wrong?
Yeah, there's so many Jasons.
I was sure Jason Ronald was not commenting on Sony news.
Look, okay. Obviously, there a lot of Jasons. Not my fault. Jason Schreier. He's usually right about everything, and I think he's right about this, but there's something about this story that does not make sense. I don't know what it is. Maybe
against Jason Schreier's reporting.
No, I'm not going against Jason Schreier. I'm saying that I don't know if he's got 100% of all the facts. Like, it makes no sense to charge more for the older stuff than to charge for the newer stuff. Like,
well, they're making it seem like it's
that's
sweet.
The thing. Right. They make it tier 3 is that in addition to everything that's in tier 1 and tier 2, right? It cannot be, okay, no, you don't get that other stuff, right? So
but my point is if you buy tier 2, you have access to newer games, and then you can upgrade and play the older games. Like, that makes no sense to me.
You just held big on the back compat being paid for.
Right, because the back compat is, unfortunately, the back compat is
streaming.
Is streaming, right? And let me just jump in.
Yeah, stop that, because you've been waiting. And then Flamish, he wanted to say something too. Actually, Flamish, real quick.
Go ahead, Flamish.
Yeah, Flamish, because I see you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I see what Lord Addict is trying to say, right? But when you think about it, everybody wants to play those new games more. That's what also Jim Ryan was saying. Nobody wants to play those old games.
So nobody wants to play those old games, but they're going to charge you more to play those old games.
Well, I mean, he's like, if you like it, you're going to pay for it. I'm just joking.
If nobody wants to play those old games, you would put them in the base subscription service so people would actually try
Adam, you got to admit, that's good business, though. That's good business, because he himself don't like it, right? So, but get some. I don't want to interrupt.
No, he said for sure you're going to pay for it, right? So, to me, I look at this deal that they're doing, whatever the case may be, and to me, it's more optics than anything else. It is to have a quote unquote competitor in the space.
That's what I think it is too.
And it's just optics to have it, at least at this point, right? At least at this point, because what they're giving you is just sort of a realignment of what they have already. And like Addict said, they're going to charge you for things that they haven't necessarily charged you for before. They're going to consolidate all of that. I think the PS Now name going away makes 100% sense, because as they sort of transition to whatever Azure backend they're going to have, that's going to improve. And you don't want to have that sort of hampered by the PS Now name. You want to go with the name that's been the successful brand. So
correct.
Plus, you want to go with that, right? So that makes 100% sense to me. Obviously people, the comparisons, the flaming wars about, Game Pass is this. This is not anywhere near where Game Pass is. It will never be. I never say never. Never say never. But for what it is right now,
what's reported,
there's no way, shape, or form they're putting day and date in there.
It just put
anytime soon, right?
All right.
Anytime soon.
Let me say something. I was gonna say something, but then Carl passed my torch to Saul for some reason. But
you went like 4 times.
Because you light your torch everywhere else.
Your torch be lit.
Okay, there you go.
Know your IPS behind too.
So that's not happening anytime soon. Forget about that, right? I don't care. Tier 5, it's not happening anytime soon. Now, the thing about this that really, really doesn't even put it in the same league as Game Pass is the fact that when you think about where Game Pass lives right now, it's not just on the Xbox consoles. It's PC.
Right.
It's anywhere you can access cloud, right? So your phones, all this other stuff. This isn't even talking about access to PC games or putting games on a PC. This is literally just talking about the PlayStation console ecosystem, which is in comparison to where Xbox is living right now is this big, right? It's tiny. So it doesn't even compare in that regard. And what's sad about this is when you look, like Addict was saying, when you look at tier 3, right? And you get the opportunity to play PS1, PS2, and PS3 games. When you think about how they approach back compat, the only issue that they have with back compat that would require really streaming is PS3.
You don't
You should be able to download PS1, PS2, PSP, and PS Vita games with no problem because you've done it on the Vita already. You've done it on the PSP already. The fact that all of this is going to be on streaming and they're going to charge you what basically feels like the highest tier to be able to access it, it's egregious. I don't care how much it costs. It's bad business. So whatever the case may be, this is just to create a talking point. Hey, we have something. Right. At the end of the day,
before I give it back to Attic, because Attic was patient. I just wanted to ask though. I just wanted to state that in Schreier's report, it states they are planning this subscription service, PlayStation Spartacus, to rival Microsoft's Game Pass. So in their mind, this is something that they are looking at as a competitor to it. Now, one other question I wanted to ask for you, Saul, is we know with PlayStation now, at one point, we know with the cloud, the Gaikai stuff, right? And so we knew about that initially. But at one point, they did evolve it to make it downloadable, right? To your
PS4 games,
right? Yes. So would that option make it more attractive to you in that sense if they brought that as well?
Well, I think they're going to do that still.
Right. That's still going to do that, and that's in tier 2, right? That's in tier 2. What they're talking about in tier 3 is the legacy stuff,
right? The legacy,
where
yes.
PS1, PS2, PS3, PSP, no Vita, and like I said, PS3 because of the cell processor is the only one that has classically given them problems in terms of being able to emulate properly.
Right.
The other ones, there should be no issue.
Shout out to King Katarugi.
So it is that thing like you guys have said, like you guys have 100% said, he doesn't care about this stuff, and if you want it, you're gonna have to pay for it, and it's not going to be of the quality that we've come to expect.
That's right.
On other platforms. It's just not gonna be that. So to me, like I said, it's an optics thing. They hope to by attaching it to PS Plus, right? Their most successful subscription service. I think they think that'll carry them, which is fine. But when you think about the value there, the value just doesn't compare. Because at the end of the day,
albatross around its neck and sink it.
When you look at Game Pass, right? Let's be real. You look at Game Pass, right? 200 games, you have all these great indie games, whatever. I'm not gonna say nobody.
Right.
I would say most people do not go to Game Pass for those games. Right. They go to Game Pass with the understanding that they're going to get first-party games day and date, right? And maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, that proposition was maybe a little not anymore. Now that is the hugest selling point of this. Like, oh my God, I'm getting Halo next week and I'm not paying anything extra about it. I'm getting Game of the Year for the Horizon 5. I'm not paying extra for it.
I see where you're going.
They have nothing. They have nothing on the PlayStation side to really combat
what about
that.
The numbers soft, like Asa was saying,
all the numbers,
like PlayStation Plus is more.
I'm not saying it won't be successful, right? I'm not saying people won't get it. I'm just saying the comparison.
Oh, you talk about what they doing this. Okay, I see where you go.
To be honest,
comparisons don't make sense.
To be honest with you, I think this is flopping. Like, it's just like if you look at it from optic wise, what have they changed? They're charging you more now. Like now there's 3 tiers instead of just PlayStation Now. So it's just like I honestly feel like all this is they want their foot in the door in case things go left and they got to drop all their games in the service day one.
So do you think if they consolidate and it's like, all right, no 3 tiers, everything is like whatever, we give you 2 buying options or whatever, do you think that makes it better?
Well, I mean, Ultimate has 2 buying options now, but the problem what that I'm seeing with whatever the Spartacus, Radicus, I don't know what it's called, whatever what this is
what it should have been called.
It feels like they're taking PlayStation Now, the service, and trying to separate it and charge you more for other aspects that you had in Now.
But what about right now
on PlayStation Now? Right now on PlayStation Now, you can play PlayStation 4 in games, and theoretically, you could play 5 games when they're put on there, like Demon Souls. Right now on PlayStation Now, you can play stream games, and it's just 1 subscription service. And when you read this, it looks like We're going to separate those and make you pay more for the streaming than you would for the PS4 and 5 games.
Well, we got to see the pricing. We don't know the pricing. We don't know the pricing.
It
That's
ain't
why
free.
that's why I personally feel like that third tier is that tier that they only put in there, and they needed something of value in there to create a third tier, because the stuff goes south. Because it's like I said multiple times, like it's just where the industry's going. We got EA Access, we got Ubisoft, we got all these different subscription services. Clearly PlayStation feels like they need their own version of it, and I feel like right now they don't want to put their games in there because I don't think it really dire needs to it, because we're so far beginning of the generation. But I do feel like if they start losing some of that market share, because Game Pass is a value and people value money over anything in the entire world, I feel like that they created that third tier and put that whack streaming stuff in there because they needed that third tier, because the stuff going south, they're going to throw their games in there day and day in that last tier.
Oh,
that's probably going to be.
Well, that's why I say that. That's why I say it's an optics things right now, because at the end of the day, like, we do know, like, everybody's on board with saying that the streaming is the future. We're just not there yet. So they need to.
Well, it's not even the streaming. I don't even think it's the streaming they're focusing on. Like, and they're smart for doing this. They're like, look, we don't know where this streaming service and stuff's going. People have picked up on it, but it does look like it's gaining a lot of traction. We're going to put half our body in this door. We're going to make our own streaming service. We're going to make our own subscription service, but we're not going to put our actual games in it because we don't necessarily feel like it's going to value to us right now.
Right.
But if subscription services blow up in the next 2 to 3 years, they've already started the walking steps.
So you say like a half,
where
1
they
foot,
could just,
1 in. Okay, I see what
yeah,
you're saying.
they're able to just press a button. Theoretically, obviously, it's more than that. They'll have to do stuff in the back end, but then they can just, instead of just downloading the PS4 games, the next God of War you can get on there day and day, because right now I do feel like they are low-key scared of what Game Pass could potentially be. And they don't want to be in that situation where they've waited too long to respond to it.
No,
but they're doing half measures now in case stuff does go left and Game Pass is starting to really take traction. They're like, okay, drop the bomb. Like,
right. Now I got you. Let's get Asa, because Asa was patient. He wanted to get some comments in with Sav and Attic was saying. Go ahead, Asa. And then I go after you.
There's a couple of things. One of them, the day and date thing, right?
Let's go.
If Xbox Game Pass didn't have day and date games, if they came 3 months, 6 months later, I'd be all over it still. Like, I appreciate the day and date games, and I would have this difficult decision when a Forza Horizon 5 comes out, when a Halo comes out, like, do I buy it or do I wait 6 months? In the Sony sphere, where those games are single player story games, every time the answer will be, I'll wait 6 months. So if Sony don't put those games in day and day, that is still a valuable service to me, right? I'd still buy that, and I'd still play all of Sony's games on it. I can wait 6 months.
So do you have PlayStation Now right now, Acer? Do you have PlayStation Now right now?
I'm a weirdo. I've got Google Stadia.
We got Stadia.
No, we're not talking about Stadia, though. Do you have PlayStation Now? Okay. I rest my case.
Okay.
I do. The answer is yes.
Oh, he does.
The answer is yes.
Oh, yes. Okay.
This is why I contextualize it. I also have Stadia. I've never played PlayStation Now. I got it because I wanted to experiment with it, and I never got around to it.
Oh, so you wanted to experiment, make a video, you forgot to cancel your subscription. Got you.
I experimented, and I experimented when I said when I have gigabit, I'm going to experiment.
Right. Continue, Asa.
I just got one question.
Gotta let Asa finish.
I just have one question for Asa. What happened to Rome? How did Rome fall?
Oh my God! He's doing Roman history now.
And if you don't know, the answer is from within. This is beautiful.
That's very poignant, King.
Beautiful.
Go ahead, Asa. Finish your points. Finish your points.
The other one, and Sovereign and Addict have both touched on this, and I did as well when I spoke earlier, but when they talk about battling Game Pass and positioning the service against Game Pass, there's two different battles. So you've got Game Pass within the console space, and that's a thing like Microsoft's ambition is way beyond that, but it is a thing within the console space. It's a thing that makes people buy Xboxes, and that's a battle. So Sony could be, and I think this is probably short term what they are doing, so PlayStation Plus has always been their way to squeeze a bit of extra money out of people that already have a PlayStation. What they're doing here to add these tiers and things, there's a battle there to make the PlayStation more enticing and to get more money out of PlayStation people.
Right.
And then there's the bigger battle that Game Pass is also running off with to expand beyond that onto your PCs, onto your streaming, onto your phone and everything. And I think, like Addict says, that's probably something they're preparing for, but not necessarily engaging with at the first step. So
that's what you said.
That was all.
Okay, no, this is great. This is great. I'll jump in. This is a great discussion. Oh, shout out to King's messiness and Addicts. Hilarious too. But he's making good points.
It's not that I feel like Sony just doesn't want to get left back in time.
No, I know.
Like they want to make sure that they have some form of interaction in case something does happen and they lose some of the market share.
No, I get what you said. I think, for me, I'm with Sarvin on the base level that this is just consolidation initially. And from a branding standpoint, PlayStation now, let's be honest, that name is not strong out here. You know what I'm saying? We know what's going on as far as, like I said, they pioneered the space as far as the, cloud and the console gaming space and stuff like that, and the Gaikai deal. I remember it. I actually was one of the adopters. I would try it. I would do remote play. I do all that stuff. And it just, once, obviously, with Game Pass and all that stuff came out, and you see the Azure background, I just felt it was better. So what they seem to have done is position themselves and say, okay, kind of like what Attic is saying, which is, we see where this thing is going. And they make the deal with Microsoft. They do the lens for the deal. I keep laughing, and position themselves to be okay in case they have a better backbone, right? They get off the AWS.
I have a question.
Yes, King.
I just one question, because I think you just said that they reached over to Microsoft and asked for help. You said? Wait a second.
They
the
partnered
stuff,
with
right?
Microsoft.
Oh, okay, so they partnered with the people that could turn the lights on.
I actually feel like Acer said that he said that he felt like because their games are single player, it would still have value 3 to 6 months.
Yeah.
I kind of disagree. Like, I don't think their games are bad or anything. I think their games are fantastic. But since they're single player, there's a lot more chance that the story will get spoiled, or it's not in the news anymore. People ain't talking about it. I feel like because Microsoft has more diversity in terms of multiplayer and single player games, they can survive that 3 to 6 months if they chose to. I honestly do feel like right now, what we see with Jason Schreier is I don't see anything making me feel like this is anything different than now. Right. I just feel like when I'm looking at it, it just looks like now separated into multiple different tiers.
Yeah, I know what you're going. Look.
And if now didn't succeed, what makes us think this is going to succeed?
Like I said, I will get to it when I finish my point. So, like I was saying, that at the end of the day, I get where you guys are going. It's consolidation. But the key to me is that they're even imitating, because let's be real, they're the market leader, right? But they're looking at what Microsoft is doing as far as Game Pass. They're looking at what Microsoft is doing as far as PC ports. They're looking at what Microsoft is doing as far as subscription services. So that's, to me, there is one eye towards the future. The question for me is going to be the day and date. The question to me, because to me, that's the separator. That's what makes Game Pass what it is, right? So if they don't do it, right, and they wait the 6 months or whatever, maybe that business model is fine for them in this half measure kind of thing. But I'm curious to see, like we seen with what was that game, Destruction All Stars or whatever.
All Stars,
right?
We had Bug Snacks.
Right? We've seen smaller things, so it may be a situation where it's a baby step kind of thing. You know what I mean? Now, as far as the movie stuff, I kind of disagree with you, Attic. I do think that we will see that they have to make. You're right. As the third tier stands right now, it don't look popping. It don't look to you, and to me, I agree. That doesn't look enticing.
Club ain't lit.
Right. I could see a scenario. We've seen reports. Shout out to Lord's Gaming. Y'all go check it out. My man Macho had one with, I forgot it's called PlayStation Video. I forgot the actual terminology, but it was uncovered on a Polish website that they have some type of service that's going to be video or whatever, right?
And I feel like that's where Funimation or Crunchyroll would go.
Right.
This.
Right. So, but to me, being that they're in this consolidation phase, I could see a scenario where they can bundle that in to make the third tier more attractive. You know what I'm saying? Because you're asking people a higher thing. But, look, at the end of the day...
I keep up with the anime scene. Mm-hmm. The only reason they brought Crunchyroll is because it was competition. Like they didn't buy. They're going to merge the two apps into one in the future. Right. Like they didn't buy it. And to me, if they bought it from mainly competition regions and they never bundled Funimation in anything gaming related, I don't see why they would all of a sudden do it. They've had Funimation for a while now.
Right. No, I get what you're saying. I just think, to your point, they move they move measured, more slower. They're not. Let's be honest. Microsoft is a trailblazer in a lot of respects. They are very aggressive. They were very aggressive with day and date. They're very aggressive with PC. They were even aggressive with digital. Like they were the first to get out there, and eventually the rest of the gaming kind of caught up. And we do it. And it's not no big thing. But Sony's a little bit measured because look, they are the market leader. They are doing well with the traditional console model, right, in retail and stuff like that. There's no need necessarily for them to rush. But at the same time, to your point, they don't want to get left behind if it starts to speedball into that situation. The only point I'll say is this is where I completely agree with Saul. As it stands right now, it's just not a competitor, in my opinion, to Game Pass. It's just not. You know what I'm saying?
No, I think we all agree on that. Like, I don't think no one thinks it. Like, I literally said this is gonna flop.
Now, I'm not saying it's gonna flop. I'm just saying that as it stands and structured,
Yeah. I got to see something different than what they've tried. Like, just because you reskin it and you say it's a new name, don't mean it's people are gonna act like it's a new name.
And that's what it is. I think it's largely a reskin. That's all it is.
I agree and disagree. It is a reskin and it is a competitor because it's a fine margin. It's a fine margin of content to make what they have now a competitor to Game Pass.
Hey, so tell me how many.
Yes, it is a rebrand. Go on.
Tell me how many PlayStation Now subscription services are right now. What's that number up to?
I've got one.
Okay, you got one. So how many of you guys are out there? How many?
2 million last I heard.
2 million. 2 million. 2 million, man. 2 million.
But PlayStation Plus is the bigger service.
2 million.
The Game Pass.
And I get that, but it's not like they're merging these together. They're gonna have
I see what you're going.
You got to pay more. You got to pay more. Like. It's not like you walking in there. You're probably gonna have it like $9.99 for the opening. You walk in, you stretch your fee out for $9.99. Then they'll be like, "All right, pay me." $14.90.
Xbox didn't add Xbox Live to Game Pass and not charge you for it.
Exactly. And they didn't have day and date initially either.
But Game Pass was already vibing when Ultimate was added. This isn't.
But addicts.
Get it, sir.
I got to hear the biggest thing first.
Listen, the biggest thing.
What's the biggest thing?
Back and Bat is behind a paywall. I don't care what nobody say. What's next? You gonna lock down HDR too? You gonna put HDR behind the Back and Bat wall?
I mean, they already locked down the controller, so
I mean, like, if you don't pay the $10 tax, you can't blow in your controller. Like, I'm telling you right now, this is.
I think they want everybody blowing in their controllers.
This is a slippery slope, man. Okay, I'm sorry. Asa, Burger King down the street is giving away free burgers. Day and date. Free burgers, right? And then you can get back compat fries. You just walk inside, you like, man.
Now, I will agree with you guys that they're more aggressive when they rebrand. That's one thing. But is they do exactly what they're doing now.
They bullhorn and told you that they got these tiers.
But the thing is, like Cog, let me ask you a serious question, Cog. Do you think that when they if they start pursuing the third parties, the Resident Evils, like they start really vibing those companies to get their stuff on that service day and day, but not their stuff, I could see that happening, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah,
like,
that's
a lot of money. That is a lot of money.
I'm about to go into
the first thing, like, Addict, you're the one that's saying that you don't think those tier listings are accurate. You think that Jason Schreier's got it wrong. So there's
I never said that. I said there's certain things that I don't know that we know all the information about. Like, as far as the tiers, we don't know what the costing of it is. If it's $2 more from the second tier to the third tier, maybe they are charging you $2 more to play some backward compatible.
That's fair. Get it.
But let's say though, all right. So Spartacus, right, is not what this service is called. Tier 1, 2, and 3 is not what these tiers are called. So if it launches and it's PlayStation Plus as it is now, and tier 2 of it is
call PlayStation
Plus Game Pass. No, they call it PlayStation Game Pass is tier 2. These tiers aren't official names. These are just like how they're internally discussing it. So PlayStation Game Pass is tier 2, and they say you get PlayStation Now, and we're adding PlayStation 5 games into the service. In what way would that not be a competitor to Xbox Game Pass?
So repeat that because I didn't hear nothing you said.
Jesus, thank you. Shout out to you that paid attention.
Oh no, I someone was laughing. I couldn't hear everything he said.
Okay. Just if PlayStation Plus tier 2, whatever, if the official name for that tier is PlayStation Game Pass and it gets you games, PlayStation 5 games, like, that's a Game Pass competitor immediately off the bat with a rebranding, right?
But that doesn't
wrong.
PlayStation now already do that? Isn't Last of Us 2 already on there? Isn't God of War already on there? Don't they recycle these
And
games?
the margin,
So why is
the
it still
margin
just
there,
2
though.
million, Acer?
But the margin is so slim between, like, at the moment, PlayStation now has PlayStation 4 games. It doesn't have any PlayStation 5 games, but it's such a small step to add them.
But my point
And
is
rebrand
all
it.
last
Add them and
generation
rebrand
they
it.
kept doing that, and it still didn't do anything. They can't keep doing what they're doing now under a different name and expect everything to go smooth.
I just think at the end of the day, even if they do what Asa says they're going to do, right, it won't be day and date. And if the price is even remote, I understand, but
speculative.
Yes, yes.
Right.
Hypothetical.
Correct. Hypothetical.
Yes, hypothetically.
It just feels like if that pricing is $15 or more and it doesn't have those same features, it's a loss on their part. Like, it's just not. Again, it's going to look negatively upon them if it doesn't compare in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, I agree completely. It's baby steps, and
So I think it is. It's baby steps.
They're sort of taking the temperature of the water, seeing how people respond to this, right? Because if they come out with a crazy pricing scheme,
they will.
The internet will speak. You know this.
Look, this baby steps, but this is very bad baby steps. This ain't it.
Oh, no. I think it's the right thing to do in that the consolidation makes sense. Getting rid of the PS Now name makes sense. Putting it all together makes sense. There. I just think they need to get to where Microsoft is, where they were like, you know what, even if piecemeal these things cost considerably more than what we're charging for as a group, charging for it as a bundle makes sense in order to promote it and move it and grow it. Right.
Here's my question to the panel then. Do you think if Microsoft 2017, 18, whenever it was, came out and they never said their games are going there day and date, do you think Game Pass would even be as big as it is now? Have this many subscribers?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think it wouldn't even be half, maybe 10 million, maybe.
I agree. But see, the thing is that what I'm trying to say is that we still cannot deny the star power of their IPs and their games. We can't deny the branding that they have. It's just, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, they won the generation that Microsoft shouldn't have lost.
But it wasn't because of now, though.
Right, but they still are the more recognizable brand. And all I'm saying is, if they do decide, whether it's late or not, and they decide to say, hey, we're going to put first-party offerings in that service.
Oh, then it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
That's what I'm trying to tell people. Like,
I'm referring to what they're doing now.
Right,
like,
I get that. I get that. But my thing is, in their
to.
mind, they may say
I don't believe so.
There's no need for them to do it initially. Let's see how it goes.
I don't believe so.
Go ahead, kid.
I do not believe what you're saying.
Okay, good.
It takes them 5 years to produce one AAA title.
Okay,
so
he's saying they can't keep up with the demand.
This is where the haymakers come in. This is when the Manny Pacquiao effect starts to take flight. Microsoft has a ton of studios, and they will not be able to keep up with the cadence.
This is where this is where we get back together now, right? I know where you're going. I'm with you. This is what I'm saying. The quicker they do it, in my opinion, is to their benefit to compete in the long game. I'm with you in the long game that Microsoft Game Pass and all those third-party game studios, when the deluge starts happening, I got you, King, I got you. When the deluge starts happening, it is going to be harder to compete with the first-party offerings, the Avowed, the Hellblade, the this, the that. You know what I'm saying? Like back to back, based on the cadence they have. Not saying that they're not going to have any games, but I'm just saying that at some point, whether we say 2023, let's just start as that one of the touch years, that a lot of the major games will be ready for Xbox that will go day and date. We already seeing on a small level, to me, we already see on a small level right now at the end of 2021, the potential of how impressive Game Pass could be. When you have like a Psychonauts, Age of Empires, Halo Infinite, Forza Horizon 5, quality AAA type games in a service basically coming to free, that hits different. We saw at the top of the year when they had the third party stuff, that hit different. The MLB, the show, the outright. I get it. All I'm saying is it behooves them, if they are going to do the day and date, to get it going quicker so that they don't fall behind in the services part. That's all I'll say. But go ahead, King. I know you want to.
Okay. It doesn't fit them. Day and date does not fit Sony. And this is the reason why it doesn't fit them. their games are too expensive to promote.
Yeah,
right. So literally, they have these large budgets for these games. Now, these games are phenomenal when they actually do come out.
Yes.
Right. It takes a long period of time. It's in a long production cost. You will have to cut production time and production money to get these out in a proper cadence. What's not sustainable for Sony is these limited time exclusive things. That's not sustainable. Because if you're purchasing something for a limited time to keep it away from a competitor that doesn't care at this point, because their first party titles will hold them when they start hitting in that cadence, you forget that it's a time exclusive on that other platform. And when it does become available on your platform, you never thought about it because you never missed it because you didn't care because you're too busy over here.
I get it.
This is what I'm afraid with them. And this is the reason why this is the last PlayStation console.
Oh, God, here we go. No, I hear where you're going. All I'm saying,
this Spartacus thing is different, right? So this is where I told you this is the beginning of said end. All right? Everything they said they wouldn't do, they turned around on a 180 and spit it right back at you. This is what happens when it's about to be the beginning of said end. And it's not the beginning of the end for the PlayStation brand.
Right.
I actually believe unshackling them from that cumbersome console and releasing them into the wild on a PC, on an Xbox, on a Nintendo will allow them to be exactly who they are. Great software developers.
But that's what you want.
No.
The problem is that's not how business work all the time.
Yeah,
They're doing well right now. There's no need to rush into some future when you're caking up right now on retail. My thing is you're trying to accelerate the future for them. There's no need for them to rush it.
This is going to take, okay, so now, they are fantastic right now.
Yes.
With the old model, they're sustainable with the old model.
Correct.
I think everybody on this panel understands this old model is not sustainable. The same way that we thought physical, like the reason why people take pictures of this physical stuff that they have
Jim
in a
Ryan
little collection that they do have
Jim's not
is
happy
because it's over, right? Literally, you have more digital games than you had physical. So now that is going to change. Soon it won't be any physical.
You know what's funny?
It will be outside of the box.
On the PlayStation, it's still mostly physical.
That's the thing. Look at the UK
Because
sales.
no one trusts them.
Yeah, and 100%. I don't trust them. I don't trust them to care about their legacy the way Xbox does.
The numbers say, you look at the UK physical, their numbers say they buying these games.
Oh, to be fair, I do feel like some of that digital versus physical between the consoles is because of Game Pass.
Oh, no, I agree.
They're not going out and buying Halo Infinite in stores. They're not buying
when people throw that number against Microsoft and they be like, oh, like this is a negative thing, I completely agree. Because at the end of the day, that base is more keen to be digital and in this. They literally, which we'll get into the next topic, we probably should transition soon because we've been on this topic long, is that, their literal one of their best consoles is an all digital console that is literally winning, Black Friday and all this other stuff. So I don't get caught up with that. Oh, they look how much these guys are dominating here. We don't have all the data. We don't have what's the digital data. What's going on there? Until you get a full scope of the data, I don't just look at physical sales and be like, okay, that's the indicator of pure success. And no, that's not how Microsoft's running their business. But all I was going to say is, King, I do hear you. I know where you're going. Jim himself said he's not happy with the ceiling, right? The console space is limited. He wants it to go. I know
what was the words that he used, sir?
What he said? Damn, I forgot.
You are not enough.
You said that, but anyway, I just wanted to get that off.
That was the other Jim Ryan that said that.
Yes, I wanted to get that off. But we should transition because we got a lot of time. Do you want to get just transition right in and then super chats right after the next one solve or?
Yeah, let's just
transition because we definitely
go. Let's go.
It's an interesting. But I will say a funny point. I do find funny before we switch over. A lot of people who say they was going to support the devs. They don't like subscription services. I seen a lot of that talk, King. This is why I got to ride with King. I see a lot of people, there's a lot of receipts on the internet. Game Pass is bad, and, Sony would never do any type of subscription. All I'm just saying, be careful when you speak in absolutes. These are companies. They're trying to make money. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, don't care about your feelings. They don't care about how you want to brag on Twitter to other fanboys. They care about making money. So that to me is hilarious because I'm seeing mad backtracking on Twitter, which I think is quite hilarious because I don't speak in absolutes. But that's what it is. Just get your fandom and emotionality out of it. The thing that you said would never happen is happening, right? PC, cloud, streaming, services, happening. All right, so let's just be clear. Anyway, moving on. Had to get that. Moving on. Anyway, so look,
I'm probably gonna head out again, you guys. I've been talking too much. My mouth's starting to hurt again.
All right, brother. I'm glad you could make it, though. Get your rest, man. Thanks for pulling up, man. For sure. What I wanted to get is, all right, so look, shout out to give GameSpot some bars right now. Series S. Little man's outside, kid. Little man, according to the Adobe Digital Economy Index via Business Insider. No big surprise, the Series S has been easier to find than the Series X, but looks like they're doing well as far as the Black Friday leader, the best-selling game console for Black Friday. And then it says, combined with the appeal of Game Pass, according to Phil Spencer, he said, I think over the generation, our expectation would be that price really matters and that you would see the Series S sell more. And this is Phil Spencer, Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer comments to Kotaku. You know what I'm saying? So let's talk about it. This was hitting the waves a little bit. So let's start with Asa, man. I want to get his feelings on this, man. Like, what are you thinking about the potential reports of the Series S being the best-selling console on Black Friday?
I don't actually have masses to say on this one. This is the Series S doing what it was designed to do. Like, it's the cheaper mainstream console being the cheaper mainstream console and selling to the mainstream. Yeah. And most people, there's a lot more people that don't care about resolution and shadows than there are that do. The Series S has got the games catalog. It's got Game Pass. It's going to keep doing that.
Yeah. No, it's good point, man. Flamish, what was your thoughts on the Black Friday Series S, affectionately in the realm Little Man, we call him that. So what do you think about Little Man winning Black Friday?
It's an awesome win. I mean, this is the cheapest of the new consoles, right? It's the most attractive. Most people are like, wow, just Game Pass with this, it's amazing, right? Because you don't even need to buy games. And for $300, for $300, then you can jump into the Xbox ecosystem. Is a really attractive price point. And also it's readily available.
Yes.
While the others are harder to get.
That is true.
Or, like, I do have a small story.
Yes.
When the Series X was pre-orderable, I was very lucky because of gas.
Shout out to Gas.
And Asa.
Shout out to Gas.
Yeah, I reached out to people because I had the money, but not at that particular point. A little bit later, and they basically preemptively gave the console to me and say from pay back later. So I knew if I wouldn't get the, I want to do a big shout out for that. But besides that, I want to say that if I knew I was not going to get the console then, it's going to be a long time before I can get one. and the Series S was still for sale for a long time here in Europe because it's just so much more attractive for the main crowds. But the hardcore gamers who are always there for the pre-orders and everything or just always want the highest stuff. And that's just one of those things. I think the digital age, because of it, is also a little bit more attractive as well. And I just think it's what Asa said. It's designed what it's supposed to do. Yeah. And I was always thinking the same thing.
No doubt. I see the legend. Is that the legendary KidSmove from Planet Xbox? Is that he? He looks like he's working on his audio while that's going on. Let's get Soft Man. What you think about Lil Man Outside? What's going on?
Yeah, man. Just like Asa said, like it's doing what it was designed to do, and right now it has the benefit of having next to no competition, right? So that's even magnified even more. Where
been said.
Yeah, when you look at the fact that even the hardcore can't find the primary consoles, you know, the top of the line consoles, they're gonna look to this. And the thing is, one thing that I think they haven't necessarily done well with is telling people that the console isn't necessarily that much weaker. It's built more for lower resolution displays, not necessarily that the guts are that much. I agree. Because I had to sort of convince, again, the people at my job, they come to me asking me these questions, and they're like, "Oh, but I can't find the X, but or PS5, but the S, I don't know." But I'm like, listen, what kind of TV do you have? And this Kings will laugh at this.
No, they said TCO.
No, I said, you have a 1080p TV? Is it 4K? Whatever. They said, no, they have a 1080p TV in their room. So somebody said TCO, which is funny to me. And I'm like, the S isn't, when you explain to them that the S isn't necessarily that much less powerful, just kind of built for a different type of display, and certain little things are tweaked differently. They were sort of all in on it, even with the digital thing, because somebody like a parent buying for a kid that's been in the Xbox ecosystem before is immediately going to be like, oh, what about the games, the digital games? And I'm like, look, for right now, there's no way for you, if you have those discs, you're not going to be able to really use them with this digital system. But if you get into this, continue to be in this ecosystem, at some point, if you want to upgrade to the X, you will be able to use the vast majority of those discs. So the value proposition for them, just future proofing, was enough for them to be like, you know what, I'll jump into this S. And I had like 5 coworkers that were like, yo, I can't find any of these big consoles. They tried Walmart, they tried all this. And I'm like, if you can't find anything and the S is out there, get the S. Trust me, your kids are going to be happy. And it was just, you could see it, right? It's funny that this news came out, and this was kind of the what was happening on a wide scale, and to see it more intimately with people that I know, it just goes to show you that being out there and sort of being at a reasonable price, it really is at that almost sort of like, I'm going to grab this as I walk out of the store kind of price point, right? Is almost impulse buy, right? $200 is probably more of that sweet spot. It does not surprise me, but it definitely had some help because
of course,
for
sure.
But the fact that it didn't, I'm not saying it needed that help, but the fact that now it's out there in that regard, I think this is a rolling. This is kind of.
You think the momentum starts to? Oh yeah,
the
because
momentum. Yeah. The inertia behind this is going to continue to probably beat a lot of things.
Okay, let me get into legendary KidSmove. I see you muted, brother. Thank you for joining us, man. Planet Xbox in the building. What's going on, man?
What's up, Cognito? What's up, Iron Lords? How you guys doing?
What's up, brother?
Chilling. What's going on? Series S, KidSmove. What's your feeling? Little man, we call him Little Man. He outside. What's going on?
Little man, he's pushing weight.
He outside. He benching.
Everybody, all my non YouTuber friends, they know I'm the guy that's online and I'm playing games, I'm streaming games. My one of my friends, the one that won the infamous Xbox One, the Madden edition.
Oh yeah.
He's had that Xbox since.
Wow.
And so he was like, "Yo, man, I know they got the 2, but I want to get the X. And I'm like, bruh, I was like, the TV, I was like, hold on, bro. I was like,
the TV that he got qualified.
What are you rocking? You gotta
what he's rocking. What his situation is at home.
Yeah, I'm like, bro. I was like, okay. You haven't even experienced the Xbox One X.
Good point. Yeah.
You don't. I was like, at this point, the Series X is going to be a game changer to you.
Yeah.
So I was like, he's going for the big black.
He's going for the VCR.
Yeah. He had the same one since 2014.
Wow.
So I'm like, bro, get the Series S. It's going to be a game changer. I was like, don't worry, because it's like you've never experienced the Xbox One X. You still. I was like, you play. All he plays is. What's that? Warzone, Fortnite, bro.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, and occasionally Madden.
Oh, he's there. Like, he lit.
I was like, get the Series S. You're gonna be completely shocked. And so he hits me up the day after. No. What happened was after I read the Black Friday news, I was like, let me check to see what happened. Yeah. So I was like, hey, did you get the Series S? I was like, you won't regret it if you buy it. And then he was like, oh yeah, I got it. I said, I had his text message pending for you, and he sent a picture of it with just sitting here.
Nice.
So I actually got to check up. I got to check up on him to see how he's been doing, but I seen him online playing Madden and Warzone and whatnot, so I know it's going to be a different experience. But the thing is about the Series S, and my argument on why people were coming up with the excuses of why it did what it's supposed to do. I'm not buying this whole thing. Oh, well, I got it because the PS5 wasn't available. It doesn't make sense to go for something completely opposite. If you're going for, let's say if you have a PS4 and you're waiting on a PS5 for Black Friday, that's like a dramatic change, right? At least if you buy a PS5, right, with no games, and you coming off a PS4, you still have a library, right? You're just like, all right, well, maybe I play it better. I get the new UI experience. How are you going to jump into an Xbox possibly for the first time? It just doesn't make sense. So my thing is that you either was going for a PlayStation or you weren't going to. You end up getting something else completely. Right. I feel like the Series S, even like the Series S being available, sure, it's going to sell. I think any console that was going to be available, would have sold, but to actually come to the decision to buy it, there has to be some demand for it.
No, I feel you. Go.
You know what I mean? You know how many blenders go on sale on Black Friday? I don't want a blender, so I don't buy a blender. So the Series.
I agree with you generally. Yeah, I agree with you generally, Smooth. I definitely do. But I think when you talk about like a parent that doesn't know that much about, you know what, like if they're going and like, man, this thing that my kid asked me for, it's just not there.
Yeah.
What's something new that's out now? And somebody at the store, if they're knowledgeable, they're going to tell them, yeah, the S is right here and it's a brand new console. So I get, for somebody who's into gaming and knows it, and you know what you want and you're not going to settle for less, cool. But I think, especially when you talk about Black Friday, you have parents, you have grandparents, whatever, going out to buy. To me, it's just like, it is that thing of, okay, what's left here? Because I saw people, one of my coworkers that decided not to go with the S, he actually bought my brother's Series 1X. He bought his 1X. And he was like, nah, I need my disc game, so I need a disc drive. And he gave it almost $300 for a 1X.
Wow.
All right, you know, Sav, all right, so it's not that I disagree with you. I'm just looking at it from, lately I've been looking at I had a one-track mind in the situation. You're actually correct. Because I completely forgot or omitted the parent factor, the Christmas factor.
Yeah, right.
I'm thinking about gamers who didn't get Series X and PS5 in time and whatnot, right? So you are absolutely right in that case, and I can see scenarios where, all right, they're getting all this, they seeing all this.
My mama do sometimes. She's like, what don't it play games, right? Don't it play that Warzone? He like.
Here's that the PlayStation 5.
The knockoff joint. Look, man, it play this thing. No, I'm a good kid. I see where you go.
You know, all right, and the thing is, you also got to consider what Xbox is. There's perfect time. Even though we really hate the whole everything being dropped at that end of the year thing, it actually worked out perfectly for a couple of reasons. Forza Horizon 5, the Forza Horizon thing, most popular for that franchise at that one particular time. Everybody's talking about it. Yeah. Then Halo, the hype around Halo and it being
good
back,
point.
And people associate still, even though it's everywhere, people don't associate Halo with Xbox.
Correct.
So you're like, I gotta get the Xbox. So it was like everything happening at once. And then they grabbed the meme kid to do the commercials. Like how to build, and they give you Fortnite, and then how to offer a race, they give you Fortnite. Like that probably captured a lot of people, all those TikTok kids and all that stuff. Like that probably helped tremendously. And I applaud them for that, because I feel like their marketing efforts are helping this case. And then you got obviously Halo being back and it being talked about. It's all over the internet. Forza getting crazy numbers. I'm not surprised that the series has. I just didn't. To be real with you, for the first time, Cog. Talk to me. I went to Target yesterday because I was starting my Christmas shopping for the kids and stuff, and I was contemplating. I was like, do I grab
that S? Look, man, how was the grades? How was this grade? You know what I'm saying? Might have to get that little man first. You know what I'm saying? But work your way up.
they had two in stock. And I'm like, oh, this is actually cool to see. I almost picked one up for kids, but then the thing is that my son, he was like driving me crazy because he's been on the Sonic binge, right? And in the bargain bin, there was Sonic I think Sonic Forces and then Sonic Mania.
For the back pack. So you want the disc for the
I was like, let me go grab these on the side. And, and I was like, at that point, I was like, I can't really get the Series S.
Yeah, because you need it. I feel because those require the disc. No doubt. Real quick, I'm gonna give it to King. But real quick, before I switch it, make sure your mic is picking up because you are coming in a little low. I was beginning to tell you that. So make sure in the lower left that Zoom is picking up your correct mic, and then also go into the audio settings and make sure that the it's not automatically suppressing it. It's like a checkbox to automatically control volume.
You said I'm coming in low?
A little, yeah. You're coming in low a little bit. But while you're doing that, King, go ahead. What's going on with Lil Man?
My man Asa hit the nail on the head.
Let's go.
Literally, it's doing what it was designed to do. Win. That's it. It's designed for you TCL lovers.
Here we go.
All right? It's designed for you TVs at the door dudes. It's designed for you dudes that get popcorn and TVs at the same time. It's designed for you.
Popcorn and TV.
All right, so everybody's trying to come up with this. Well, this is the excuse because the PlayStation wasn't available. And you didn't have $500 anyway. Just stop it.
Oh, my God.
All right, let's stop acting like you was at the store with the $500 and you was ready to make it happen because when they said tax, you was like, oh. So I know you. You know who else knows you?
Why they gotta be the who else knows you?
No, but you know who else knows you?
Yes.
Phil knows you. All right? So everybody didn't understand. They have this console that's $500 and they have this console that's $300 and this console is digital and it's he was targeting you from the jump, baby. He knew that the only reason why you got a PlayStation 4 before, because it was $100 cheaper, baby. So it had nothing to do with, I'm a PlayStation fan loyalist. No, a lot of dudes jumped ship because it was cheaper.
That was a big factor.
Said, you know something? Just make this joint cheaper. I told y'all before, and somebody was on my timeline. I remember, and I know who you are, and you screenshot this, and you said that actually, no, you didn't screenshot it. You took a video of me saying that the Series S would outsell the PlayStation 5 and the Series X. It did.
Oh, you on your profit talk now. Now you on your little man profit talk now. Okay,
what did I tell you?
Ooh,
and I don't care if it's, it only did it just for this little bit of time and this is just this Black Friday. It did it, though. And don't tell me that the PlayStation 5 wasn't available and the Series X wasn't available, so that's why it was outside, though.
Little man was outside. You don't want to hear that. You don't want to hear no talk.
I don't want to hear what wasn't available in the store. I got one. Why didn't you? I got a PlayStation 5. Why don't you? So don't tell me all this, it only did these numbers because you're making excuses. Little man did what he was designed to do. Little man went out there and got the pockets of the cheap man. So don't tell me.
Put the little man emojis in the chat, y'all.
Yeah, mommy goes to the store,
bars.
and she says, "Oh, you know what? You got a Series X available? Yeah, we do. Well, we got the other one, the Series S, for $300. $300. That boy ain't been doing good all year. Give me that $300 one right there.
Yep, back.
So
I'm with you on that.
Don't sit there and tell me. And the PlayStation 5 was available there too. They said, "Yo, we got some PlayStation 5." Yeah, he really like that.
They throwing the little bands in the chat for you, son.
What's that thing over there? That's $300. Oh, he gonna get that.
Yup. You know how Bobs do. Bobs.
Don't tell me you out here capping for a PlayStation 5 and a Series X and you got a TCL television. Don't tell me that your situation is, you don't have the equipment to rock with this anyway. So little man is made for you. Stop denying it. Don't run from it. Don't escape it. It's for you. And Phil knows it's for you. That's why it's the Black Friday champion of 2021. All right? So I don't care how you ring the bell. I don't care how you sit there and try to justify it. You can't run from it. I told you it was gonna happen. And this right here, this Game Pass thing right here, you see it? That's for all you little man lovers. You got it. I got it. We all got it together. And you gotta rub that in your chest.
You gotta rub that.
You gotta rub it in your chest.
I'm
Because
done.
you know, with every little man,
come Game Pass. That's a
one
fact.
more Game
That's
Pass
a fact.
going up.
That's a fact. I gotta give you that.
And-
That's a fact.
And what I told you at the end of the year, when that number come out for that Game Pass, I told you it was gonna be something nasty. You didn't like me, and right now I'm at 97% right. Boy, oh boy, I want that person who took that clip of me.
Mm-hmm.
You know who you are, and I know who you are too. Don't let me go find you. You said you mocked me.
Little man's in the chat. Yo, why is there so many little mans in the chat? Yo, they going
Little
crazy
man
right now in the
is-
chat.
Little man is rocking your TCL right now, and I love it. Merry Christmas. So when you go to you got that present under your tree, and you thought it was a PlayStation 5, and you go to unwrap it, it's Little Man.
That's how mom do you.
She said, "Oh, that's not what you want." Well, that's what you got.
That's what you get.
Merry Christmas.
You stupid. That was funny. I'll give you that. Woo. Okay. That's preview. I don't really have that much to add. King said it all. It is what it is. Wow. Yeah, little man is outside. Very impressive. And it'll be cool to see what happens also with MPD. Yo, they got so many little mans in the chat because of your boss. It is hilarious right now. But yeah, man, King said it best. It's definitely, I'm not surprised. This was part of the two-prong approach and the cheaper machine. And to Sal's point, I've been impressed, man. I just love how portable it is. I love how I play these games and I'm not seeing that huge graphical, difference. And I'm just like, wow, this is impressive. Playing Flight Simulator, playing Guardians of the Galaxy, playing all these games. When I go to the bedroom, I'm like, yo, and then taking it portably. And then you're seeing it do well also in markets where traditionally Xbox has not done well at all. And I think that is at least promising for them. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we'll see what goes on. Let's get a couple of these super chats before we get to the last topic, because I know we got a lot. We got to catch up.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. We got to catch up. A lot of stuff going on.
Hold on a second.
But while you doing that, we asked KidSmove. I didn't get his bars on PlayStation Spartacus because he missed that, and I'm very curious about that while he's waiting for Saul. So what you think, man?
Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Okay. PlayStation Spartacus. All it did, I don't really have too much energy for it. It's just more so the big fans of PlayStation who, the narrative against Xbox Game Pass.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious to see how that's treated. Are the PlayStation games going to be depleted?
Oh, devalued.
All that other stuff, like rentable service. You support the developers. All that stuff. It's just that's what I want to see, the energy, because when that Jason Schreier he broke the news.
Yes,
right?
correct.
When that tweet broke out, this is good. This is great. See, this is how they should do it.
Some people got caught in 4K with the tweet.
Yeah,
too.
some people got extremely caught in 4K, and I'm happy to see how they do it, because I just want to see if it's going to be cheaper than Game Pass.
Yeah, they've got to see the price. No doubt.
Got to see the price, and I think it's cool, but I think Xbox might have something well timed for that to go into Game Pass. So I'm not worried about it. I'm not I tried, obviously, but we're on PlayStation Plus for obvious reasons. You got to get your cloud saves. You know what I mean?
Yo, stupid.
But
that was a shot.
I've done PS Now as an early adopter of PS Now.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the concept. And I'm pretty sure it's better now, but back then it wasn't really ideal. But it looks like, with all the talk of unsustainability with services like that, it looks like something seems sustainable for them to want to try it. And I'm just looking at the moment where people get these back compat taxes and are going to be willing to be paying for this as their service that they currently have is going to get an increase. Right. It's going to lead to an increase, and I just want to see the reaction to that. But yeah.
Fair enough. I see where you're going. So we all caught up with the super chat, sir?
Yeah, hold on. Let me scroll to the end to make sure I didn't get anything else.
We got to get these bars off for the people. No doubt.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, let's get it.
All right. We have Splendiferous, $2 super chat. Nope. Sorry, not interested in that Sony Game Pass. And we have Urban Ninja, $5 super chat. Or you can pay $20 and play PS1 and PS2 games on an Xbox. Yeah, so we know about that.
Yes.
Shout out to Little Man.
Then we got Hargeet Chadi, $2 super chat. Multiple tiers to create pony tiers. Oh my God.
Wow.
Then we have Geekhead 188, $5 super chat. Sony really making a bootleg Game Pass for their dog water console.
Whoa. Jesus. It's very graphic. Dog water is not pleasant. Continue.
Then we got the homie Italian Clowns, member for 11 months. Shout out to Clowns.
Clownsy.
What's up? Shout out to all the cool peeps here on camera right now. Thank you, sir.
No doubt.
Then we got Drawn TJ, $5 super chat. Morning, Lords. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Then we have Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat. We always give Sony a lot of leeway when it comes to what we want versus what we think they'll do. We should just demand that they put their games in day and date. Yeah, we could demand all we want. That ain't happen. Then we have, once again, you cannot defeat my state and style. $5 super chat. Sony, hey, can I copy your homework? Xbox, yeah, just change it enough not to notice. Sony, don't worry, fam. We'll make the TCL version.
Wow. Savage.
Then we have Italian Clowns, $5 super chat. Game Pass, $1 and holla. Give it a try. Sony can't afford to put games day and date. They can't even discount Ghost of Tsushima. They need the money.
Wow. Really, Clowns? Get your man, Flamish. Get your man. Get your host. He's running loose.
Then we got Lonzo86, $5 super chat. Sony has to go with streaming or else they have to hunt down licenses for PS1, PS2, PS3 games like Xbox did. PS5 can emulate PS3 sub-processor. Salute. Should be able to. Also, I don't think the streaming absolves you from having to get licenses. If you recall, I think before GeForce Now went live officially, some games that they had in beta in the service, they automatically moved them over without updating the sort of agreement they had with the developers and the publishers, and there was a problem. So I don't think cloud has anything to do with it. They just need to get the license for the game. Okay. BitCloud Gaming, member for 10 months.
Salute.
Reading some IGN, no doubt. I love to see it, baby. Love to see
salute, bro.
Salute to the realm in the chat. Much love, everybody. No doubt, my brother. Then we got Hargeet Chani, once again, $5 super chat. Designed to make more money for Sony, consumer unfriendly, ponies will defend it. PlayStation is definitely for the payers.
Wow.
Where pay happens.
Wow, really? Okay. Okay, y'all outside.
Then we have Render, $2 super chat. Every tier of Spartacus is a tier of joy for King.
Yes. There's going to be 4 tiers.
Then we have Flame, $5 super chat. Good afternoon, fellas. I'm sad Spartacus will devalue games and devs will stop being paid. Oh, well. Back
funny.
to watching the Halo Reddit war later.
Shout out to Flame for being messy. That was actually good, though. Salute to him.
Then we have Rob the Don, 202, $5 super chat. Let's not sleep on the PC angle. Let's not forget there's a rumor that PlayStation is building their own storefront on PC, which they could put this in.
I got one. I think we missed between Lonzo86, $5 super chat. You got that one? With Sony has to go.
Yeah,
my bad. Continue. My bad.
I got it. Hargeet Chani, $2 super chat. Worldwide Jim needs to come tell us what's up.
You don't know.
You don't know. Michael, aka Best Size Finest, $2 super chat. I just wanted to show love to the Lords. God bless. God bless as well, sir. Then we have Jay Nichols, $2 super chat. Xbox buying Square, Sony doing a Sega move.
Okay.
Then we have the Liz 22, $5 super chat. Majority of gamers are not hardcore ultra graphics. They play free to play, Madden, 2K, COD, and or Game Pass. Series S is an unbelievable piece of tech. Yes, it is. Then we got the king of flip flop, $5 super chat.
Savage.
My brother.
No doubt.
Salute the Chancleta King.
Yes.
Salute Lords King. Not like this. Said the S's for doorbuster TVs on Black Friday. LOL. Only, but it is kind of true. Like if you're online busting through a Walmart door at whatever hour, Black Friday, you're getting, it's not even TCL, man. You're getting something else. You're getting.
He got his OLED. Brad got his OLED.
Yeah, Magnavox.
Yeah, but that came from the warehouse.
He didn't get it. Like he didn't get it on Black Friday.
Yeah, he didn't go and pick it up off the floor.
For sure.
Just walk out the door.
He didn't do that. Yeah,
he didn't. He didn't fight with it. Exactly. He didn't fight with a Karen to get his TV.
Hit him with that. He got that hashtag no ashy Spartans. I see you rap. I see what you're doing.
Then we got the Liz 22 once again. Member for 10 months. Xbox Series S plus 1 year of Game Pass Ultimate is $480, which is greater than PS5 disc plus 1 year PS Plus plus one new first party game, $630. Then we got KidSmove, member for 1 year. Thank you, sir. I think he upgraded to bronze or whatever. It just popped up.
So, did you get slow and face 23?
I got it. No, I missed it, but then I got it.
Okay,
again,
cool. I just want to be sure. Okay.
Then we got Philly Eagle, member for 2 years. Lord Gold, the Series S ILP was what? The perfect console for bedroom TV and my kids.
Facts.
Series X ILP Book of X on the monster in the living room. What's good, Lords? Loving the episode. That is true.
Salute, that's the homie. Hit him with a Book of X. He hit him one of those. No doubt.
Then we got Slow Mo Backslap, $2 super chat. I got two little mans. Pause.
Salute to you, Slow.
You out there? Are the two little mans in the bedroom?
Oh, man. Buddy.
Next, we got Face 23 BK.
Oh, for King.
$20 super chat.
King,
13 million PS5s confirmed sold and around 8 million estimated series consoles sold. So I think everyone jumping ship like you say.
He said he don't think everyone jumping ship.
Okay, so let me answer your question. You saw Microsoft filling their server blades up so you can have some form of good Azure service, right? What's in those servers, sir? Series X's, right? Why are they not outside in production? If they wanted to flood the market with them, you see what they did with Little Man, right? Did you really want that to happen to your PlayStation 5 to really get buried under the tundra? So what they did was they put Little Man out in the street and they said, yo, we're going to take at least 6 million out of circulation. We're going to throw them in the server blades so this PlayStation can breathe a little bit.
That's how they evolved. That's how they do it.
Yeah, then we're going to let you breathe a little bit because we're going to make it hard for you to breathe in a second. So right now, it's going to be hard for you to breathe in a second. Right now, you eating dry biscuits for Christmas. Like, literally, there's no games.
Yo! Anyway, yes. Oh, this guy.
I love the super chat, by the way. Thank you.
Salute the face. He be going hard for Sony.
$5 super chat. PSA traded in a 1S for $215 and two 1Xs for $325 each at GameStop. Series S is available for $300. Yeah, people are eating at GameStop right now.
For sure.
Yeah. Let's put the crest in the chat for the newest member of the round, Relish GT.
Oh,
thank you, sir. All right. Then we got Lord Roughness. $5 super chat. Day one Series S right here. No regrets and loving life. 200 pounds saving and Game Pass gives me plenty of cash for no ashy Spartan.
Shout out to you in the monetization model for Halo Infinite. Salute to you. You got extra money to spend, sir.
And we have GameONomics with the 100 rupee super chat. This fanboy stuff must be something limited to the West. I think because in India, every PlayStation fan I know said they need something like Game Pass. Yeah, it's just it's the small minority. You know, that's how it happens.
What else we got, Alex?
And we got Alex Escortisa, $5 super chat. Can't wait till Sony makes you pay $10 extra to unlock 4K and controller features on the Sony Game Pass.
Wow, Alex is loose.
And I believe we have Army. No, we got a couple.
Suicide.
We got Suicide Kings, $5 super chat. Somebody tell King that my mother loves her TCL Series 6, but then again, she does wear glasses.
Yo, that was crazy. So y'all cut up there, right?
And then let's put the crest in the chat for the latest member of the round, Army veteran, Big shout out to you. Thank you.
No
Put the crest in the
doubt.
chat.
Put the crest up. So let's get this last one, and we will roll after this. Battlefield, y'all. This is me. Yeah, Vince, man. Vince Zampella. We put a big revamp to put him in charge. So looks like the franchise will now, shout out to GamesIndustry.biz, the franchise will now fall under the responsibilities of Lord Vince Zampella, who already heads up EA's Respawn Entertainment and DICE Los Angeles Studios. It says it's unclear what the extent of his involvement will be with the franchise, but he's been appointed. And then Laura, COO, Laura Miley, I think, she says he creates a culture-defining entertainment that resonates beyond games. We're bringing in one of the most influential and talented individuals in entertainment to a franchise that is ready to be unleashed into the modern era of gaming. It's an extraordinary inflection point in gaming history. So basically, she's, raving about it and the acquisition of Vince to kind of lead this shared now universe of Battlefield games. And got to talk about it. Vince's rise to power and what you guys think. So let's start off with Lord Asa. What are you thinking about Vince Zampella heading the Battlefield franchise?
I don't like it. I like it. So Vince is those things that they say. He's done phenomenal work at Infinity Ward and then at Respawn. And Call of Duty, when they were making that, and Titanfall were fantastic games. Really tight gunplay, multiplayer. Yeah, he's good at what he does, right? Battlefield has always been something very different to Call of Duty and Titanfall.
Yes.
Battlefield. I don't like Battlefield.
Yeah, the way he just came, y'all like that. I like how you set that up.
I've tried again, but I respect and I admire Battlefield, and I see it for what it is, and it's an amazing property, and the stuff that they do with it, and the spectacle. For me, when I play Battlefield, I run across a desert for 10 minutes and then I get run over by a tank, or I run across a desert for 10 minutes and I get sniped in the back of the head by someone that's been lying in the bushes for that whole 10 minutes. And they had this hashtag like Battlefield moments where they're jumping out of helicopters and shooting rocket launchers and landing on a camper van and blowing that up with C4. I don't know. All of these things. That's not a Battlefield moment. The Battlefield moment is the moment at the end of your 10-minute run where something kills you and then you start again. But saying that, I look at it and I respect it for what it is, and I appreciate that a lot of people enjoy it, right? That can get the hang of it better than I can. So, and it's got this spectacle, and I don't necessarily want it to be refined to a formula that we know works.
Right.
I don't want it to be refined into the Call of Duty formula that's done so well for so many years. I want them to keep what Battlefield has always been and build on that spectacle and grandeur. So, I mean, hopefully he's the man to do that, but he's got pedigree in doing the other kind of first-person shooter, so we'll see.
Fair enough. At least you're open-minded about it. I respect that. Lord Flamish, are you a Battlefield guy? Does this news excite you?
Well, let's first of all say I've not really been a Battlefield guy ever. This new one is fun, but I play it against bots. Single player. That's how I play this Battlefield. Because if I play a multiplayer, I'm dead 9 to 10 times. I can maybe kill one guy and I'm dead. So if I play against the bots, I can still win some, you know?
Shout out to the bots. Shout out to the bots right now. I respect that.
Besides that, if I'm thinking about Titanfall and Zampella and what he brought to the table with all those games are amazing, right? I don't like Battle Royale, so I don't think about Apex. But you do know it's a very successful game, how it plays, how snappy it is. Let's bring it a little bit together. I would see something. Just imagine this, right? Battlefield with mechs.
Okay. So you want him to put the Titanfall influence in the game? It wouldn't be Battlefield.
Well, not really, but just imagine just having a little bit more in the future.
Okay, I see where you go. Okay, I see where you go.
The guns that play a little bit not the same. Like, of course, you're not gonna copy it one for one, right? I see what you're saying. But just bringing what he brought to Vision with Titanfall just a little bit more into Battlefield would make it extremely exciting for me. Okay. Now, the cool thing about the new Battlefield is it's all like contained in one thing. Why not just add new things to it after one, and just new future
keep
like
futurizing
episode and keep futurizing. Just make it bigger and bigger. like we're gonna see probably with Halo.
Ace
It's
ain't gonna
called
like it
Infinite.
bigger and better. He don't want to run across that map for 2 hours. I said, Ace don't like that. I don't think Ace
No, I
wants
mean-
bigger and bigger.
New modes,
Oh,
new time zones,
I'm being silly. I'm sorry, Flamish. Can't do it.
new modes, new time zones. I see it just growing. I mean, we got the portal mode. You can play everything
Right.
in there. It's awesome. I want to see they expand on it. I think Vincent Paul can bring some interesting ideas that they did with those games, also in this franchise.
Alright.
But we'll see what the future holds for him. I mean, I am
Open-minded.
excited.
Respectful. I respect it. Open-minded. Lord KidSmove. I'm very curious. Battlefield. Vince, how you feeling about this? And I forgot, Kid, are you a Battlefield guy? I forgot.
No, absolutely.
Yo, it's man. Battlefield slander in here. I'm about to stand up.
Battlefield, it's just not my dude. I'm like, I have no business talking about. I'm bad. I'm just.
He has
it's
no
just
words.
Not my franchise. Like I'm bad at it. So it's literally a franchise I just do not invest in. But the thing about Vince Zampella, he's literally been the knight in shining armor for EA.
Talk
He's
that
literally
talk.
been like that blanket that covers anything negative that they do because of his work and his lead and what they've been able to do, whether it be Titanfall, whether it be Jedi Fallen Order. Wherever he's at, they know that the franchise is going to be in good hands.
Yes, sir.
So shout out to Vince, and this is a nice little move for him. Let's see what he does. But he's really been the savior of EA.
Factual. I'm with you on that. Lord Solve, where we at? Big Battlefield guy, right? 0 for 4.
The last, I mean, I played a lot of Bad Company 1 and 2, Battlefield 1942 back in the day, and I played a lot of 4 when the 2013 when the consoles launched, the Xbox One. So I did, but I kind of fallen off of it. I just think they still have to figure out when it comes to Battlefield how to create small engagements for people where they feel like they can be successful and not spawn into a place where they're going to get sniped by a dude 2 miles away. Like that kind of stuff they still have to figure out. I don't like this simply for the fact that it just feels like, not the fact that Vince is taking it over, but the fact that it is once again they refused to not go for this hanging fruit, which is we have to turn it into a living game. We have to turn it into this. I think it just doesn't make any sense. You can release great Battlefield games and have a different sort of overarching sort of kind of sense of what you want to do with the franchise, and it not having to be this thing that prints money all the time, because it's hard to sustain that. Now, do I think Vince is, if they want that, which is what it seems like they want, is Vince the guy to sort of fix that, be able to sort of address the issues that people have with Battlefield, create a living game that is successful, and at the same time maybe bring back the narrative stuff that some people are probably missing? Because what I do think that makes Fortnite successful is the fact that it doesn't necessarily not have any sort of narrative in it, right? There is some sort of underlying meta that sort of ties everything together that I think is important for games like that. And I think just throwing Battlefield out there this time with nothing behind it, just multiplayer, and the multiplayer not being, as tight as people expected it to be, it hurt it. So to me, if you want to create this universe now where everything sort of feeds into one thing, I think Vince is the guy to be able to do that. Do I agree that that's where it should go? No, not necessarily. But I think to make it successful, Vince is the guy. I mean, this is the guy that brought you Apex. This is the guy that turned Call of Duty into essentially an esport with COD 4. So so I think, and when it comes to narrative, these guys have been doing it forever too. So I think they can incorporate that as well. So Vince is the ideal guy for this. I just don't know that this is what anybody wants.
Okay, Battlefield guy, let's go.
Yeah, well, I am. I've played every Battlefield that came out. I actually like this Battlefield, to be honest with you. And I had a couple of those moments that they show in the clips where you're actually doing all this death-defying stuff, like jumping on a tank and throwing a grenade inside, and the dude hopping out, and I'm popping him in his brain. And I'm calling down my dog while we were running down on some other dudes. And I had ran out of bullets, and I'm hiding behind the truck, and I knifed the dude. So I've been in those situations. right? So I'm having fun doing those things. But Vince, okay, so
let's get to it.
For you guys that don't understand, Vince is your consolation prize. That game was set up to fail. In a year where Call of Duty is probably at its worst, right? And you have Halo in its infancy, in the beginnings with the progression problems, you know. Even though Halo, it's going to do what Halo's going to do, they didn't launch with the single player. So you're just launching with a multiplayer. You had the golden opportunity to launch that game inside Game Pass. You had the golden opportunity to get 30 plus million eyes on your title. And you passed that opportunity up. You decided to put it out there like this is some bouncing baby that everybody loves, that everybody flocks to and they're going to buy, and this is fantastic, when you have always been third rung. So you've actually fallen behind Warzone, a free-to-play game. You understand? And Apex, which is Vince's a little darling. Do you honestly think he's going to create something that can eclipse his darling? What are you thinking?
Oh, so you think it's a mistake for them to get Vince?
I think it's a huge mistake because first of all, you're compounding the mistake with another mistake. That's not his franchise. That's not something that he cares about. So he's not going to have loving care and hands with it.
Oh, because he didn't.
Right. So. First of all, you made a mistake when you took away the story portion from the game. Mistake number one. This is what people went to play. Separate it. Make two separate game modes or whatever. The losses to Call of Duty has hampered your judgment. And in a moment where you could have snatched victory from the jaws of defeat, you didn't take it. Now, Halo is free to play, and like Asa pointed out earlier, Halo seems like it's tied to Xbox, even though it's free to play every place else, right? So the idea of it being locked to the Game Pass ecosystem is very powerful. It's in there. You could have had Halo dudes that was disgruntled with the progression system jumping to your game. You could have had the people, the 8 to 10 million people that were playing Forza Horizon put eyes on your game.
The game. So you say the Game Pass was a mistake. They should have taken advantage of it.
That's something. I only played it because it wasn't Game Pass and it was the demo. Remember that. I didn't purchase. I would have, but I said, nah, I got so much to play. I can catch it later.
I feel you. I said
this is the problem. When you make these thoughts in a vacuum. You see this guy who had success with a title that you didn't think would be successful. And it was successful because his past franchises that he did put out was successful in a vacuum. They weren't commercially successful. Now his commercial success clouds your judgment. You've made blunder after blunder. I don't think Vince is the man for this job. All right. But again, I could be wrong. Time will tell. Because he is a savant in the things that he do well. So hopefully, like Asa said, he doesn't take the formula of Battlefield and turn it into Titanfall Battlefield. Hopefully he doesn't take that formula and do.
He want Max.
Yeah, but what I'm hearing, it's supposed to be a hero shooter. And you're going to lose Battlefield's uniqueness, the thing that they had in their main competitor, which was Call of Duty. You're going to lose that something. And when you lose that something, you become just like everything else, and no one's going to check.
And that's what gets me about this move is that you've seen it already. You've seen when you get to the party late. Hello, Anthem. You've seen it. So I'm like, why would you want to do this instead of just fixing what Battlefield is and addressing the things that the players have issues with and giving them
with a statement recently.
Right, they did. But the statement, okay, they're gonna fix 2042, right? But at the end of the day, this is probably the last Battlefield they get that's like this. You're probably gonna get this living thing after that.
Right,
and
I see where you go.
Like, why I disagree with King that I think they picked him because they want his expertise in making Apex, and I get it. Like, it's not his baby. They're paying him very well. He's gonna make it great, right? But I don't think it's gonna be Battlefield anymore. Or he can go crazy and make it bigger than it's ever been. Because the thing is, on console now, how many players do we have now? 128 at a time, something like that.
Yeah, something crazy. 64.
Something crazy, right?
64.
Yeah.
Right, and then the problem is, like, people that you load into the game sometimes, and you're in the middle of this skirmish, and you have no idea what you're doing. You have no idea what to. And
Asa
it's like
loves though. Asa loves it. He wanna
He's
walk
like, "I don't
across
know where."
the whole
Boom.
map. He wanna walk across the continent. He loves it.
And I thought they did a lot of stuff to sort of remedy that with the jetpack stuff, or the freaking whatever the
I like it.
the gliders or whatever, and the grappling hook to kind of get you moving across the board a little bit faster. It's just to me a lot of it. No, it's just because the thing is, I would rather Vince is working on a lot of stuff, right? Obviously, Respawn's still doing their stuff or whatever, but it just feels like why would you try to go down this well again? It's like they refuse to let it go. It's like, no, we're gonna make this money. Like come hella high.
Make it hot though, son. What if they try to save it?
But they failed multiple times already. They had Battlefront in the loot box fiasco. They couldn't get your money that way. Nobody wanted that. Then they had Anthem. They tried to turn instead of making Anthem a fantastic 15-hour.
That was BioWare fiddling around. We got Jason Schreier with the snitch reports in the room, and they waiting for months not doing nothing.
It's the umbrella.
I heard BioWare more responsible.
No, and I also heard that it was Respawn's choice to release Titanfall 2 at the same time that Battlefield whatever came out, and then Titanfall 2 got eaten alive.
Yep.
So I get it. Hey, you want to spread your wings, you want to be different. I get it. But it just feels to me like you keep going down this well. In the chat, someone in the chat said like they're here to stay. Those free to play is here to stay, right? I get it. Just fix the core of it.
Right.
Address the core of it, and then put everything else around it. Like you see with Halo, if you remove all the free to play stuff, it's still core Halo.
Right.
And a Halo fan is gonna have fun with that.
Right.
My worry is that they changed this and they turned it into something that's not Battlefield. And it's just another attempt to sort of grease money.
Right, to do the call. Now, let me jump in because clearly I'm going to be the only one on the Battlefield side. So I would have to defend against all of you savages. But look, I mean, in all seriousness, you guys are making fantastic points. It's nothing you guys are saying is really crazy, out of pocket. I get the sentiment. For me, it's a big deal, though. I think, especially since Respawn was acquired, to see Vince's ascension in that building is pretty remarkable to me because, let's be honest, EA historically don't listen. They do what they want to do. They're going to chase the bag, right? So to me, he comes in there. First of all, let's just put respect on his name. Every game, in my opinion, humbly, every game he's made has been fire. I don't think he's made a whack game yet. That's just me personally. Even with, I'm not even neighbor. Fix your face, KidSmove. I see you laughing. I see you laughing. Let me have this, kid. Come on, man. We got to go through Titanfall 2, Jedi Fallen Order, Apex. Like, bro, he outside. I mean, the greatest Call of Duties are his Call of Duties. Modern Warfare. You know what I'm saying? Like, that man, to me, this is what I knew he was that dude. Because we all heard the reports of Anthem. Obviously what Salva said is correct. It's a joint effort. BioWare, Mesa, EA, Force, Frostbite. You know what I'm saying? When they signed Respawn, off rip, Zampella was like, we using Unreal, fam. Even though the mandate in the building was for EA would love you to use Frostbite, their proprietary engine. They would not like you. He had so much cachet. No. We're over here. We're doing this. And that to me, and then the other thing is, let's be real. Like Solve, I know Solve is single player exclusive. I mean, gamer. for them to put out a game like Jedi Fallen Order really doesn't fit the traditional EA model with the microtransactions. And for him to show, look, you let me do it. Look what's going to happen, right? So all I'm saying is I agree with y'all. You know, Battlefield need work. Let's just call it what it is. I agree with King wholeheartedly. It looks like it was a big mistake that they didn't take advantage of the Game Pass thing now that we look at it in hindsight. You know, but the issue, let's just put it where it's at. 70% population drop. That is atrocious on Steam. You drop 70% of your player base? Yikes, right? So to me...
Somebody said Halo out.
To me, I'm cool with the lifeline, the SOS. Get Vince in the building. Where's Vince at? Somebody hit the bat phone. Where is he at? Throw him a bat. Whatever we got to do. Now, this is where I agree with Solve, King, and Asa. I am nervous on one that flicks. Sam's my guy. I love me some Vince. The only part I'm nervous is when I hear terms of, we're going to make an interconnected universe of all these developers making Battlefield games, and this developer can make Battle. I don't know how I feel about that part. Because that sounds like the Call of Duty cycle, which is an annualized franchise, which is Sledgehammer makes it this year, this one makes it that year, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if I want, like, I do kind of like that you miss Battlefield a little bit, and then they have more of a bigger development cycle. If this means annualization, I don't know how I feel about that. So I have to see. I have to see more. But yeah, and the last thing I will say on an unrelated note, I just want to get us off, is that it is sad. Shout out to Respawn, but it is sad what happened in Titanfall though. I don't know if y'all heard about the hacking, and now they're taking it. You can't buy it no more, and these hackers have kind of got in there and really run rampant. It's really bad. But look, I love.
So that's why they took it off the.
Yeah, well, what it is they got almost to the source code. These are like maniacal fans that got a hold of it. They got it's so bad. I've never seen this. Where they were like, you have to uninstall the game from your thing because it's such a security breach that it wasn't safe for you to have the game on console. I thought it was just a PC thing. You know what I'm saying? They were like, no. So they've taken over, and I guess Respawn's back to counter it is like, yo, we're just not going to sell it anymore. The servers will still be live, but they're not going to sell it anymore. And it's really sad because I guess their intention was like, you guys you need to fix this, and then we want the Titanfall online thing, and then they try to debo it and then strong arm and try to use the source code against it. It's a ugly situation, but I just wanted to shout that out. But look, we'll see what happens. But I do understand the concern. That's all I got. Let's get your super chats and get on out of here.
Yes,
while you do that, I will do the poll and then get some outros while you wait. Okay. All right, cool. Final ILP poll with the recent rumors of the PlayStation Spartacus subscription service. What do you need to see happen to make it a true rival of Xbox Game Pass? The choices are A, nothing additional needs to be added. Sony is the market leader, and consolidation of PS Plus and PS Now is more than enough. B, PlayStation first-party games need to be in the service day and date, or it will not be able to compete with Game Pass. Or C, I don't care. I'm supporting all the devs by not buying any subscription services unless it's on the platform of my choice. That is the poll. Please hit it when it goes up in the round. First of all, let's salute the legendary Lord Asa, rocking with us from GameOnDaily. Put your hands together, guys. Listen, man, a tremendous gaming history, super knowledgeable. Love what you guys are doing in the space. Huge fan, man, and gaming history is great. Telefying people what you got going on and where can they find you, man?
I've appreciated all of that. I've loved my time on this show, and I love watching it every week. So I'll be back next week in the chat, seeing what's going on. You can find me on the GameOnDaily YouTube channel, the GameOnDaily website. So we've got our Go Live show every Saturday. And I've got my own little channel, so I'm on Twitch pretty much every day playing all sorts of things. And I've got a YouTube channel where I just upload bits and pieces. Those are both Asa_GameOnDaily. And you find me on the Xbox and the PlayStation and the VR and everything that's not Nintendo.
Salute to the messiness. Salute. Dude, brother, you had us dying, man. It was absolutely hilarious. I loved it, man. Great stuff. And yeah, I want to also shout out my man, Lord Flamish the Positive Gamer, making his ILP debut. 4 guys with quarters. Retro Renegades, I believe, as well. Where can people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Yeah, so first of all, you can find me on 4GQ TV, of course, where we're doing a lot of stuff. We're gonna have a huge amount of giveaways at the end of the year. We'll be giving away controllers, Game Pass, and all kinds of other stuff.
Nice.
But besides that, you can find me on the Flamish Experience, which is gonna be live just after the show, but it's every Sunday evening at 8 p.m.
Nice.
7 p.m. UK. 2 p.m.
What's the channel? What's the channel name, sir? I don't know what the channel name. Where can I find it?
Flamish.
Oh, so, okay, that's right. I just want to make sure you get your bars off, baby. We got to get your bars off.
Flamish, baby.
Is it Flamish? No
Just
doubt.
my name. Just my name. Make it really easy, you know.
No.
Besides that, I do have to give a shout out from Clowns, of course.
Yes, shout out to
he is doing something special.
Yes, yes.
As we all know, a couple months, a long time ago, some time ago, Lord Dizzy, had an unfortunate passing away, and his son Parker, who's dear to Clowns, said that he was doing Toys for Parker.
Yes.
Funding, like
fundraiser initiative,
yeah. And he first of all wants to say thank you for the Iron Lords, of course, for like contributing to that. And if you want to also help Parker get some more toys for Christmas, basically, he wants to everybody to help him if they can.
Absolutely.
Would be appreciated for sure.
Yeah, man. We want to shout out to Italian Clowns. We've been talking and salute to them because at the end of the day, Dizzy is family. Obviously, we lost Dizzy earlier this year. And shout out to Rosie, his wife, and Parker, his beautiful son. And to see, shout out to Clowns for getting behind that and saying he knows what it is to lose a father. And, you know, at the end of the day, we want to at least provide some comfort. So shout out to Clowns for spearheading that initiative. We see the toys, we see the stuff. I showed Dizzy's wife, Rose, the stuff. She's very thankful. And hopefully Parker will have a better Christmas, you know. So salute to you. And thank you, Flamish, for bringing that up. It really meant a lot to us that you guys, the realm, got behind them. So salute. 4 guys, salute Italian Clowns, the homie. Rest, I see you, Clowns, rest in power. And if Clowns, if you got any link or anything that you want to put in the chat, please do to let people know about it or whatever you want to do, because obviously we trust you. That I know you and Saul are working behind the scenes on that one. So salute. That is what's up. But yeah, man, and of course, we have the best bot making his return. It's been a minute. Feel like I haven't talked to you in a minute, brother. Good to see you. I see you moving and shaking. I was trying to saw you on Colts XNC. That was fun. Had the super chat. You the homie. What's going on, man? Where can people find you?
You can find me on YouTube, KidSmove. That's the channel. I've been trying to drop a video every other day. I've been playing Halo, man. I can't get off. So every time I play, I want to stream it. But that's what I recently did. Just broke my custom Labs controller, punching it.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I didn't know you could punch the analog stick out of it, but I did it, and I'm embarrassed. But also follow me on Twitter. Shout out to ILP. You guys, like I said, always killing it. Love to tune in and be a viewer every Sunday.
Love.
And yeah, man, hopefully I'm able to experience the Game Awards with you guys.
Yes. Oh, pull up. Yeah, for sure. Pull up, bro. Pull up. Oh, that's an invitation. You already know. That's VIP to back there. Anytime you want to pull through on streaming and the award stuff, we definitely like all that, man. So salute. No doubt. You already know. Lord Sov, you want to get the joint, or actually you want to do? Actually, let me get King. Let's give his outros to Asa and Kid and Flamish.
Okay, well, I'll start with Asa, my fellow. Well, I'm at 97%. He's at 98%.
Prediction rate.
Give me some bonus points.
I think
Swami Club.
Prediction Club.
This is the highly intelligent. We are cursed with seeing.
Cursed with the knowledge of being right all the time.
Such humility.
Such a burden that you two have.
It's so ridiculous. We can't be stopped. Asa and I is on a roll. Oh, it's absolutely crazy. But like I said, I actually, when I go on Game On Daily, it is my mission to mess with Asa that day. Like, it is my mission, and it's so much fun because he is such a good sport, and it's a really fantastic time. I love seeing you here. So my wife had popped in. She was like, "Who's that guy?" Right? I said, "That guy is the guy show who I was on before. That's Asa." She's like, "Oh, yeah, I kind of remember that background. It's nice." So she remembers you, Asa. Thank you for coming through, brother. I do appreciate the time. Flamish, me and you have been a party together before. Yeah. Okay, so we can't talk about that.
He shut him down real quick. He's like, "Look, man, whatever happened at party chat."
Let me say one thing. You know me as a positive gamer, right? Until I play games.
Yes. Yo, truly a fun dude. We need to have you on from the beginning to get your history and stuff like that. I mean, seriously, a true fun dude. I jumped in a party with him and clowns, and like he really hangs out with clowns and talks with clowns, and he's a real genuine. And
they
dude,
play them games. Salute.
Yeah, for real. He's no jokes. So blessings, brother. Thank you for coming through. KidSmove, you already know what it is. I lost my knees to this guy.
It was an NBA Live, Jay?
Yeah, it was NBA Live.
Oh, that was fun.
Yeah, it was NBA Live.
That kid is about that life. That's one thing in NBA Live. He was about that life.
That's when we thought NBA Live was making a comeback. Psych.
That's your consolation, bro.
It was a head fake, right?
Ridiculous.
But thank you for coming through, brother. Appreciate it. Everybody, I want y'all to go to lordsofgaming.net. Where there's a whole bunch of stuff up there right now.
Yes, sir.
And like Cog was saying, it's a very special write-up that's up there right now. So please go check that out. I have a cold. This COVID stuff and this wintertime is killing me. So, but I am warm at night knowing that little man won Black Friday.
That comforted you. It gave you the heat through the tough times. Shout out to little man.
Let me give y'all a quick thing. This week we didn't. I was like, "What's that topic?" So, yeah, man. So I came up with the little man joint. I was like, little man Black Friday. But the gift that keeps on giving. Bad news is always brought to you on a Friday.
Bro,
shout out to my
after the news cycle on Friday. It was late as hell.
Thank you, Spartacus. Because you have made this show today, and I'm pretty sure, knowing more stuff to come, you will make future shows just as great. Thank you for imploding from within. I'm watching Rome burn.
Oh my God.
Let it burn. Let it burn.
Ridiculous. He definitely got his bars off. Salute to him on that. So look, you got to get this. Are you queued up, so?
Yeah, I'm pretty much
cool.
queued
So
up.
look, I want to be fair to everybody around because we keep people hostage. We got to read these super chats. If people got to go, it is all good because we got to pay the realm forward.
Let me get my outro. I love these guys too.
I forgot you like them.
I always get left out like a stepchild.
I forgot you like people. My bad.
Good Lord.
Sorry, my fault.
First off, to our brother KidSmove, I love seeing you on Coat, man. You with Coat.
Yeah, that was a good look.
It was so funny. So I just love seeing you grow, man. And, maybe work with the anger issues, when you throw stuff around.
Yes, please.
I love you. Flamish, you guys over there, 4 Guys Recorders, I love you guys. The Positive Gamer, Flamish. I remember the first time I saw that, I was like, oh, that's interesting. What kind of takes does he have? And I remember just listening to 4 Guys. I was like, I love what you guys are doing over there. And Asa, I remember the first time we went on Game On Daily, and I'm like, I see Asa, and Asa had the fireplace behind him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I know what he's about. He's about laying back and waiting to just dispel the smoke. You know what I'm saying? Like anytime gas comes up with something, I think it was me and you on their car. I don't know if we all 3 of us were on there at that point. And it was just like, I felt bad because I thought we were like not letting Asa speak enough. But then I realized that Asa, what he does, he comes in and he just shoots you down. Like if you're wrong, he's like he's just gonna shoot you down.
He be the cut, chilling.
Yeah, I love like the dry sarcasm, the dry wit, and of course, Sega Saturn love.
Oh, yeah,
brothers to the end. So
he said
thank
that
you for coming through, brother. Yeah. Oh, that Saga. That's Saga.
That's Saturn official, bro. We saw
if they ever bring that game back, oh my lord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will butter up the knees on camera.
Oh yeah, because your kick, you will all kick knees for that.
Oh yes, okay, 100%.
That was one of your games. Okay, I just want to be sure. Right,
so yeah, that's that. So I'm gonna read these super chats.
So look, before we do it, because this is gonna be a while.
Okay.
Flamish, Asa, Kid, if you guys need to go, it's all good. We got a ton of super chat, and we're gonna end the show.
No, we do actually not a ton.
Okay, because usually we know how we do. Okay.
No, because we caught up before. So we're actually it's like 4 or 5.
But I'm still still there if you guys have to.
Yeah. So we have an Army veteran, $5 super chat. What's up, all? Finally can catch some live show. King is the prophet of Xbox, and Cog, that blood on the sand is dope.
Woo! We got that 50. Got that bulletproof. You probably pay like $100 on eBay though. Salute.
Upwards of 2 now.
Wait, it's $200 now?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm good. I caught somebody lacking on that announcement.
Somebody didn't
got that
catch on yet.
Didn't catch on. Yes.
There we go. Mexican Zoidberg, member for 12 months. Shout out, sir. I would like to thank King for the unabashed TCL shaming. I picked up an LGC 1 and I'm in gaming heaven right now for my TCL brethren upgrade. Then we have Mr. Irishman, member for 5 months, Lord Silver. Plagiarism Station is at it again. First it was Xbox Live, then achievements, party chat, and now Game Pass. Spartacus gives off expansion pack energy though.
Wow, messy.
So this next one from Flame, I'm not. Oh, hold on. Yeah, okay. Flame, $5 super chat. Did anyone catch something that was said about that press release, putting the player at the center? Are we sure that's Vince? Where's Phil at? So I didn't get. Spartan Ghost, the next 2, I'm not gonna read out, brother. Like I said, we will address this stuff when it's actually in official channels, right? But thank you, appreciate it. We have a total of £4 super chat, so thank you so much, we appreciate it.
No doubt.
We got the homie 108 Dragons, $5 super chat. Halo drop ILP, my brothers. We either gonna get some smoke on these streets or we're gonna give out the smoke. Halo is life. Let's go. Shout out to Flamish.
Salute to 108, man. Pulling up. I see them Halo clips.
Yeah. Then we have Italian Clowns, $10 super chat. We have hashtag Toys for Parker. Everyone can contribute, share, talk about it. Let's make it an awesome Christmas for Parker. DM me if you want to find out more. Also, Cog, Sob, ILP can forward you the information and we can get in touch. So yes, definitely. We're looking to have Parker have an amazing Christmas. So thank you to everybody who sort of donated already. And please do your part if you can. Let me read. Can I read this email now? Real quick?
All right. Before you do the email, let me just get the merch.
Outro,
Let me get the merch. I just gotta get the merch. Shout out to Gamer by Choice. He said he got the he got the classic tee. He said I just wanted to support the realm, so salute to him. He got the classic tee and he got the flask. Salute to him. Ooh. Shout out to Philly Eagle. He got the classic tee. He got the Unity joint, all the consoles, different colors. He said was good. IOP salute. And he got the backpack. Salute to him. And then Anonymous got the should put your name. He got the new King. He got the new Aurelius. Phil Dominus, Aurelius Spencer shirt. The new one with the chalice in hand. With the chalice in hand. So look, put your name so we can shout you in the chat. But go ahead, Saul, I'm gonna let you out with this. What's this email?
All right. So like I said at the beginning of the show, I'm gonna waste your time a little bit. This was funny to me because I was having a horrible day, and this made me laugh to no end. This is spam mail that we got into Lognet, and so I usually just delete it. But this one I happened to look at.
Okay.
So. It says, hello, on behalf of Valve.
Shout out to Valve hitting us up.
Gabe hitting us up.
Shout out to Gabe.
My name is Damien, in quotations, Damien Marone.
Damien Moron. Salute.
He's not sure if his name is Damien Marone. I'm the PR manager of Valve. We have contacted you to offer you cooperation.
What is that? To offer cooperation. Okay, all right. Listen, we need it. We need it.
Yeah, we need it. Exactly. We are interested in you as a person. You are active, positive, interesting, and promising.
Yes.
We have assessed your channel, and it is your statistics that suits you completely.
Shout out to the
Not
English.
even English.
That's not even a sentence. Salute to him, though. Go ahead, continue.
Our company, Valve,
Why you gotta say it like that?
is developing the game Skipper.
Skipper.
And it is now the Skipper, the follow-up to Half-Life Alyx, the Skipper. Now
The new
it is
VR
in beta
sensation.
testing. Sensation, Skipper.
Yeah, Skipper.
Now it is in beta testing.
Oh.
The release of the game is planned for the near future.
Okay.
And we would like to invite you to repair it.
Yo! Salute! Skipper.
We're going to repair Skipper. This is what we're going to do.
Wow. So
Our company.
Oh, it's more?
There's more.
Oh,
Our
okay.
company works only under a contract.
Okay.
And after the conclusion of the contract, we make an advance payment of 40%. So how is the
it an
advance payment at the conclusion?
Yo, shout out to our late advance bag we gonna get for repairing an unreleased game. Salute to Skipper. Keep going. This is fire. I like these opportunities.
If you're interested in working with us, let me know. Best regards, Valve company and PR manager, Damian Marone.
Listen,
You know what's crazy? What if it's
What if
real?
it's real?
No. You know the funny thing? I read it. I was like, I need to check this. I need to vet this to be sure. Because you never know. You just never know. So I'm like, the Damian Marone does not exist.
What if Jason Schreier next week be like, Codename Skipper, Half-Life Alyx 2 and develop, and we blew the opportunity
To fix the game.
to repair the game.
Yo, that was bars. Yo, listen, companies, we really appreciate this. The fact that you view us as developers that work alongside to provide that level of input is truly humbling. It's truly humbling in the row. Yo, we got the super chats off the game.
Yo, we got Hargeet Shadid, $2 super chat. That email was all natty. Then we got Wonderway Dragons, $5 super chat. Fraud alert. Yo,
Let's get out of here. What are you super chat
I know.
anymore? Let's go.
Ooh, listen,
I
y'all.
started sweating. That was so funny.
That was hilarious. So shout out to Saul, shout out to them, shout out to Valve. Oh, look, great show again. Make sure you guys subscribe to all these guys' channels. Asa, Flamish Experience, KidSmove, The Best Buy, Planet Xbox, GameOnDaily. You know what I'm saying? 4 guys with 4GQ TV. You know what I'm saying? I got it. Was it Retro Renegades too? You know what I'm saying? And yeah, salute to everybody. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. Got more fun stuff planned. Next week is going to be another one. And you guys, I catch you next week. We out. Peace.
Peace.